Oh, okay, council, if you are in or near your computer, I'll get you to turn your cameras on. Thank you. Okay, I think we're on YouTube. Are we recording? I don't see a recording button yet, but it's coming hopefully. I see YouTube. That would be it. There we go. Okay, good afternoon, council. I'd like to officially call this meeting to order at 2:03 p.m. I would also like to note that we have a couple of absent councillors who are unable to attend today. Those being Councillor Hayes as well as Councillor Roberts, and we anticipate Councillor Nishikawa showing up at one point. Obviously, senior staff are here. Today, though, we do want to acknowledge that we're on lands traditionally occupied by Indigenous peoples, and it's Indigenous peoples who have cared for this territory for the benefit of future generations. Their stewardship throughout the ages is recognized. Today's meeting is being live streamed on our YouTube channel, so by participating, you're consenting to your image and voice and comments and everything else to be posted online. If you're not in favor of that, then just send us your written submissions. We did not receive any public comments today on this specific agenda. And we do acknowledge today that we do have a supplementary agenda, and that is to add item 4B, and that's an invited delegation, Ethan Douglas, regarding item 8B, or fireworks bylaw, and an exemption request on Buckeye Road. Quick question for council. Do we have any declaration of pecuniary interests this morning? Not seeing any, so that's a good thing. And based on declaration of pecuniary interest, we're also going to have our first item being that of our integrity commissioner is going to speak to us. But beforehand, I just want to do some minutes and approval of our consent and agenda items. Just a note, council, our planning committee meeting minutes, items 1 and 2, we're going to defer to a little later on in the meeting. We will be doing them at that point, but procedurally, we need to hold off on those. So my first resolution is moved by Councillor Edwards and seconded by Councillor Zavitz. Be it resolved that the mayor and council adopt and enact the following minutes and recommendations contained in the August 10th, 2022 consent agenda, and direct staff proceed with all necessary administrative actions. And that is the July 13th General and Finance Committee meeting minutes and action items 1 through 7, July 13th council minutes, July 14th Planning Committee minutes and action items 3 through 13. We'll deal with 1 and 2 later in the meeting. Also, July 14th Special Planning Committee meeting minutes and action item number 1. Any comments? I'll call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. I've got a little bit of a frozen screen on some of mine, but Madam Clerk, as long as you can see what's going on, I think we shall be okay. We'll also, let's bring in Ms. Craig, Suzanne Craig, who is our Integrity Commissioner, and we're going to jump ahead to item 8A. I know she's been waiting patiently as we had planned to have her here at 1 p.m. Okay, and we'll also welcome Councillor Nishikawa to the meeting. Suzanne Craig, good afternoon. Thank you for hanging in with us from our 1 p.m. original start time till now. You're here to provide our annual report. I'll turn the floor over to yourself. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of council, staff, and the public who may be in attendance. Thank you for taking the time. I'm aware that you have business to conduct, and I thank you for giving me a couple of minutes this afternoon to speak to you on the annual report that I'm required to submit to members of council for their review. So I'm going to provide a short overview of the report before you, and I am available for questions of clarification. However, I can't speak to any matters that I dealt with in detail. I think the report speaks for itself, and so hopefully you'll be able to just receive it for information. You'll note in the report, as I've said in other years, that in addition to the receipt of formal and informal complaints under the Code of Conduct, I continue to receive informal and formal inquiries relating to matters outside of my jurisdiction. This is not unique to your township. In fact, all of the jurisdictions where I am the appointed integrity commissioner and lobbyist registrar, individuals are still unsure, including members of council, the role of an ethics officer, and so it happens often. That I would receive a question about the role of the integrity commissioner. Typically, when I receive these types of inquiries, I refer the matter either to one of your staff, the default is the clerk, or I will explain that there is another jurisdiction or organization that deals with the matter. For example, the privacy commissioner. I do have a virtual open door policy, so when a member of the public, your public, reaches my office and I can't deal with their matter, I usually explain to them why. And I try to get them in touch with who they may speak with to deal with their matter. In the period of this report, I had 3 formal complaints and 7 informal complaints. The formal complaints were concluded without an investigation to council, and 4 of the informal complaints and all of the formal complaints dealt with municipal conflict of interest, MCIA allegations. The remaining informal complaints, as well as general inquiries to this office, were with respect to township-wide issues, mostly planning issues, when folks are not happy with a council decision, if somebody believes that a member of council should have declared a conflict of interest, or at times when a member actually declared a conflict of interest and individuals felt that they should not have, you should not have, and that the elector felt shifted because they felt, I voted for the member of council and now they can't participate in the vote. So I did do some explaining as to why, this is not my decision, but rather it is the law. The Municipal Conflict of Interest Act requires members of council and local boards to recuse themselves, to not influence the vote when they have a private interest. To assist members of council in avoiding this, the conflicts, I often provided to you the underpinning fairness rule, which is that a member of council or a appointed local board member ceases to represent the reason why they came to elected office or appointed office, because they become one part of a whole, which makes decisions and recommendations for the whole. Members carry out their official activities in a way that should foster and enhance respect for government and the body to which they're elected or appointed. It's very clear to all that the code seems to be an encumbrance, oftentimes, to doing your job or for your public to get what they would like. And so I'd like to state for the record, and I did explain to individuals who contacted my office, that the code is not an obstacle to a member bringing forward their opinions, their expertise, their experience, their perspectives to a municipal discussion. The code simply requires procedural fairness. In other words, a decision maker, you, members of council, cannot be biased, and you cannot be perceived to be biased in any way. While an elected official or a volunteer appointed member of a board is allowed under the code in the MCIA to have personal views and perspectives, that's the reason why you were elected. That's the reason why people are appointed. A member can only act in their official capacity in accordance with the terms of reference of the local board or council procedural rules or the laws in place that govern your conduct. During this reporting period, concerns were raised with my office regarding allegations of undue influence by members of council, in particular relating to planning matters. It's been observed by many municipal integrity commissioners, not just myself, that individual members of council hold a representative role that affords you influence regarding decisions on how land use will be carried out in the municipality. Developers may interact with elected officials regarding the success of their application, as long as the elected official interacts with their constituents, which include businesses and developers, in accordance with the rules set out in the planning policies of the township, the Planning Act, the official plan, the code, and other relative laws. Of assistance in trying to ensure that you remain political but not politicizing your decisions, the Collingwood Judicial Inquiry has some thoughtful words from Justice Morocco, who said, like the head of council, members of council are trustees of the public interest. Council members must ensure that their trust governs all of their actions and decisions. Members of council must also respect the need for a neutral and impartial public service, your staff, which gives its best advice based on the merits of the questions before it. When this respect, Justice Morocco said, is lacking, staff's work risks becoming politicized and staff are in danger of failing to fulfill their obligations. Also put in the report comments of the previous Integrity Commissioner of the City of Toronto, who was also dealing with planning matters and how it intersects with your jobs. The Integrity Commissioner said, members of the public must not be concerned with every interaction between a member of council and a real estate developer. Local governments are the primary decision makers responsible for land use planning. Accordingly, real estate developers frequently must seek approvals from you, town council, to build a town, and the town's current policy framework prescribes a role for you as members of council throughout the planning process. Members are permitted to escalate issues within the town's processes on behalf of developers, the public, and to take this point of view, whether it be favorable or not. Such activity is not contrary to the code unless there is an unfair advantage of one group over another. Most planning applications carry the weight of a private interest. It is the role of council through the deliberation of individual members of council to make decisions on private interests in the best interest of your municipality. If a member takes a position in favor of a business application approval, this is conduct with respect to your representative role and not generally contrary to the rules of the Code of Conduct. If a member of council is a private citizen and has a private interest in a matter that is going to be considered by council, this is a pecuniary interest under the MCIA. And in accordance with sections 5, 5.1 and 5.2 of the MCIA, a member of council with a private interest, with a pecuniary interest in a matter before council, has to declare that interest, not influence the vote, and not vote. In other words, the current conflict of interest laws in Ontario and the case law decisions of the courts do not prohibit a member from holding office or appointed office and having a private interest in a municipal matter, but rather these laws and the code prescribe that if you have a pecuniary private interest in a matter, and this matter comes before council at a meeting, that you must declare an interest. The charts on the bottom of page 3 and 4 set out my disposition of the matters that came before me. I had a total of 34 inquiries and code complaints. On page 4, 5, and 6, I've given some examples of advice to members of council and also responses to the public. Finally, I'd like to say that the code requires all integrity commissioners decline to receive any code complaints or cease to investigate any code complaints as of nomination day in a municipal election year, which is August the 19th this year. And this is to facilitate, as you well know, not having an integrity commissioner's work intersect with the democratic process. I thank you for your attention. I'll take any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. Council, do we have any questions today of our integrity commissioner? Obviously, we've asked some questions as I look at the report over the past few years of you, so appreciate the answers you provided. Councillor Jagowitz.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the Integrity Commissioner. I really appreciated your report this year. You provided some examples which were very interesting, and I'm sure all members of council found them very interesting. So I thank you for your work.
Thank you, Councillor.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, thank you very much, Suzanne, for joining us today. And again, for, as Councillor Jagowitz said, for your work, not only this year, but over this term. And I'm just going to confirm, I think we have, how long do we continue with Suzanne as our Integrity Commissioner, or do we have to appoint a new one? I can't remember what our contract with you is. Until 2023, and then we'll see what the next term of council. But anyway, I appreciate your work that you've done so far. So thank you.
Thank you, members of council, Mr. Mayor. Good day.
Okay, we're going to move on to item 7A, in consideration of a resolution waiving of a prohibition on a minor variance application. Mr. Soya, would you like to introduce this to us? Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good afternoon, members of council. This resolution is before you today because of a provision of the Planning Act, which prohibits consideration of a minor variance application on lands that were subject to a rezoning approval within the previous 2 years, unless council declares by resolution that this prohibition has been waived. In July, the Committee of Adjustment heard minor variance application A2522 in the name of Evans, and this subject waterfront residential lot was recently created through the registration of the Camel Lake Plan of Subdivision. As a requirement of the Plan of Subdivision approval, the lands were rezoned in October 2020. This rezoning involved defining specific development envelopes for a dwelling and septic system in accordance with recommendations of an environmental impact study. And the owner of the new lot now wishes to construct a single-story dwelling and septic system in locations that are not entirely within the zoned construction envelopes, and therefore the variance application was submitted to request that the proposed development locations be permitted. So in July, the Committee of Adjustment approved the variance, but the approval is conditional on the passage of today's resolution to waive the 2-year prohibition on minor variances on this property. And I'll just also note that this change to the development envelopes is supported by the biologist that had authored the environmental impact study. Staff were supportive of the minor variance application, and the only condition imposed by the committee was the resolution to waive the 2-year prohibition. And I'm available to answer any questions. Thanks.
Phil, you're on mute.
Thank you very much. I actually muted myself. That much I know. We have a resolution moved by Councilor Suzanne, seconded by Councilor Kelly, whereas site-specific bylaw 2020-87 was passed by Township Council on October 14th, 2020 to amend comprehensive zoning bylaw 2014-14 as amended to facilitate redevelopment of a property described as Lot 8, Concession 3, Lot 2, Plan 35M754 in Watt. And whereas in accordance with section 45 1.3 Planning Act, no person shall apply for a minor variance from the provisions of the bylaw in respect to land, building, or structure before the second anniversary of the day on which the bylaw was amended. And whereas in accordance with section 45 1-4 of the Planning Act, subsection 1-3 does not apply in respect to an application if the council has declared by resolution that such an application is permitted, which resolution may be made in respect of a specific application, a class of applications, or in respect to such applications generally. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Council of the Township of Muskoka Lakes waives the 2-year prohibition to consider the submitted minor variance application on the property described as Lot 8, Concession 3, Lot 2, Plan 35M, 754 watt, rule numbers 2135-2. Any questions? I'll call the question. Oh, Councillor Jagowitz.
Yes, sir. I do have a question. It's really to staff. As I read this, if this was October the 14th, then this wouldn't be necessary. Is that correct? That basically they've come early by 2 months? And if that's the case, I just wondered what staff's regard was. Is this a precedent we want to uphold where people can come forward early, or it just seems like 2 months wouldn't have really mattered? So,
Mr. Sawyer.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. No, the application was submitted at that time. Staff did not realize that this was so close to the date, but it is correct that it was, if it had to come in a few months later, it would have been not required. This resolution would not have been required. I think Mr. Sharp may have something to add to that as well.
No, that's fine. So this is just a housekeeping matter. It's okay. Thank you.
Mr. Sharp, okay. Camera off. That's great. Councillor Edwards.
Yes, just to comment on, actually, the building envelope was moved further back from the lake, so we were really pleased with that. So I can support it 100%.
Okay, thank you. I've read the resolution. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. We're going to move on to our next item of business. And actually, I'm going to just jump around a little bit, I think. Before we go, let's go to 7B. Sorry, I'm not going to jump around, but let's go to Resolution Heritage Building Plaque Program. Who wants to handle this? Mr. Pink.
Thank you, Worship. Good afternoon, Council. You will recall it was at the last Planning Committee meeting that Suzanne Daglish delegated to committee and requested some additional funding to expand the plaque program to some additional communities. The committee was supportive and directed that a resolution be added to the next council agenda. I can also report that at the last Heritage and Attainable Housing Committee meeting, the members did discuss the request and approved a resolution supporting the additional $1,000 request coming from that budget, and there are funds in that budget available to answer any questions.
Okay, Council, I'm just trying to see if we can move some things along here. We're going to have to change it from Councillor Hayes to Councillor Bridgman. It is a resolution as appeared within our agenda package, except for the fact that we're going to move it, change it from Councillor Hayes to Councillor Bridgman, who moved it and seconded. But it is a fairly lengthy resolution at the end of the day that we are putting $1,000 into our operating budget for the heritage plaque. So the resolution is as you see it on the screen, and it as exactly as it appeared within the council package today. And we can take that back down. Any questions from council on this? Without reading it as was described, all those in favor? Madam Clerk, you're satisfied that due process was followed? She's not giving me a thumbs up on that, but I'm sure she's giving me a nod. Okay. Should have done this right after Suzanne Craig, but we do have a resolution moved by Councillor Nishikawa, seconded by Councillor Jagowitz. Be it resolved that the annual report from the Integrity Commissioner as presented on August 10th, 2022 be received. Any comments or questions on that? I know we had a couple during her presentation, but all those in favor? That one is carried. Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to maybe back up here because we're going to go to some bylaw enforcement regarding fireworks, and we do have a couple of delegations. I believe Fogo Street is our first. And do we have someone to speak to that? We do, and I'm just trying to find that individual. Buckeye. regarding Fogo Street. I'm following the agenda package 8B, and then we will back up to Buckeye Road after per Mr. Douglas. But we'll let the Eldridges in this time. They are in. Mr. Eldridge, good afternoon.
Good
The floor is yours.
Yes, sorry, sir, the floor is mine.
The floor is yours to explain why you would like an exemption to our fireworks bylaw.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. We have a wedding of my daughter at our cottage on Saturday, this coming Saturday, the 13th. And we would like permission to have a bylaw exemption to let off some consumer grade fireworks. There'll be 25 to 30 people. The fireworks will be let off our dock on the Moon River. As in prior cases, we will have the necessary sandboxes, water buckets as we do, whether it's a fire or firecrackers, and a garden hose there just in case something happens. The estimated timing is dusk, so 9 o'clock, 9:15-ish.
Okay, thank you. Council, do we have any questions of Mr. Eldridge at this particular time, and or our fire department and or our bylaw department? This is sort of the first opportunity we've had under our new bylaw that prohibits all fireworks, but there is always an opportunity for an exemption. Councilor Nishikawa.
Thank you. Your last two words made a difference, but I'm glad that someone has come forward and actually asked permission, because that's what we were looking for. I personally like the timing. We're not near 11 o'clock or midnight and all those sort of things. So I would support this, but again, when we put the bylaw in place, it was so we could control what was going on, and there was no control in the past. So I would support this today.
Okay. Councilor Bridgman.
Thank you, Mayor Harding. I have to admit that I thought we were putting this bylaw in place to protect our wildlife and to protect the environment, et cetera, so that we don't have the one-offs that is actually coming to us today. And I am going to stay there, to be quite honest with you, because I can see having an awful lot of people come to us for birthday parties and weddings, et cetera, going forward. So I cannot support this.
Okay. Anybody else want to chime in at this particular point? Councilor Nishikawa. Actually, I'm going to go to Councilor Jagowitz first, and then I'll come back to Councilor Nishikawa. Sorry, Ruth, just had not spoken yet.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I don't really have an opinion, but I have a question. So we're going to grant exemption, and this is going to occur, and all the people surrounding are going to see it, and they're going to wonder, are they violating the bylaw? And now we're going to get a whole bunch of complaints. How do we address that? Like, is this posted somewhere? So I'm not necessarily trying to say we shouldn't do it, but it just seems to me we're opening a Pandora's box. So that was just a question.
So it is a valid question. I'm not sure if we have somebody from our bylaw department here, which we do not, as far as I can see on the screen. Mr. Pink is going to turn on his camera. Thank you. David?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, while I suppose that that is a legitimate concern, and again, please note that staff's report is there. I'm happy to speak to it, but we are recommending against granting the exemption. That's another concern that other property owners may see the fireworks and file complaints. But I do believe the delegate did outline in their submission a number of steps they would take to advise people around the lake that an exemption was received, and that the parameters around the fireworks. I will allow them to speak further, but I believe that may address your concern or question.
Okay. Councilor Jagowitz, are you okay with that explanation?
Yes, I'm sorry. I had read it earlier. I now remember that staff were not in support of it, so I will not be supporting it.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Councilor Nishikawa and then Councilor Zavitz.
Thank you. So it's interesting because we're still getting fireworks on every weekend, honestly. But what I liked that there's a message out there that, and I believe we did discuss this, but if there was a special occasion that people could apply. So my question is, did this applicant have to pay an application fee, much like some of our planning documents? And that's just a sort of further thing, because I would suggest that if people want to just light off fireworks without contacting the municipal, like, I don't think that I don't see this as precedent setting. We haven't even seen this thing really. We haven't had the stronger effect that I would have thought we had at this point. But the fact that this applicant came to the township, that's the sort of thing that we want to see. So I just wasn't sure, and I guess my question voted to David, is there an application fee? And because my feeling is that there should be.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Pink.
Through you, no, I do not believe there was an application fee. That's something council could consider in a future fee bylaw update if that's desired.
Okay, Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you. And through you, yeah, I won't be supporting this. Thank you.
Okay, just a matter of question to the clerk. Our report within our agenda package does state that the fireworks bylaw exemption request for 121 or 1121 Fogo Street be denied. The resolution in front of us, so, is in the positive, that it be approved. Okay. Okay. Okay, so writing it in the positive, which is the reverse of what's in the package, I just want to make sure. So I'll rate it accordingly. It's just.
Yeah, it should be denied if they want to deny. No.
So again, the resolution I have in front of me says approved, just a typo. Okay, thank you. I understand that. So I'm just trying to get a bit of a struggle. Mr. Eldridge, did you want to just provide a comment? And I apologize for everyone here. This is new to council that we're having to deal with this. Unfortunately, we don't have what I'll call any kind of evaluation criteria to what a special event would be. One would argue that a wedding is a special event. Some of us might get to go around that lap twice. So I'm not sure if the second time we get fireworks. But Mr. Eldridge, did you want to comment? We'll just get you to unmute your microphone, Ron.
I certainly appreciate the points being raised. We did in fact make the application because we knew that the bylaws had in fact changed. But relative to a comment made by one of your councillors, we have notified our cottagers on either side of us, 10 cottages either side, that there will be a bit of noise because there will be 25 to 30 people, and that there will be fireworks, and that we had applied for an exemption to the new bylaw. So we have made the residents aware of what is going on. I'm looking across our body water right now. There are no cottages there, so it's just the cottages actually on our side of Fogo Street that could witness the sights and hear the sounds. But we have advised them, and to my knowledge, they've been supportive of it.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments at this particular point? Okay, we do have a resolution in front of us. The staff report recommends to deny. The resolution I have, though, is to approve it. So in effect, if we turn down the approved resolution, it would be denying the resolution. Just so people know that I'll be reading a resolution that the request be approved. So if you're not in favor of approving this, then do not support the resolution on the table, and it would not be approved. So I will be calling in favor and opposed to this. Any final comments just before I read this? Okay. I have a resolution moved by Councillor Zavitz, seconded by Councillor Bridgman. Be it resolved that the fireworks bylaw exemption request at 1121 Fogo Street be approved. I will call the question. All those in favor?
Is
Oh.
Abbott's raising his hand to-
Are you commenting or voting, Councillor Zavitz?
Really?
Thank
I'm
you.
commenting. I would really appreciate my name not being on that in the affirmative.
They're pre-populated.
They are just pre-populated. Councillor Nishikawa, you're okay for your name to be utilized? Thank you very much for that. Okay, thank you very much. I will be reading this again. And I just state just before I do read it, I will be supporting this. We have exemptions and we put in place a bylaw that was to allow for some opportunities. I think Mr. Eldridge has done a great job of notifying his neighbors as best he can and those in close proximity. So I have a resolution moved by Councillor Nishikawa, seconded by Councillor Bridgman. Be it resolved that the fireworks bylaw exemption request at 1121 Fogo Street be approved. I'll call the question. All those in favor? There's 2 in favor and those opposed. 1, 2, 3, 4. That is defeated. Mr. Eldridge, thank you for your time. Thank you for following the process of which we have outlined within the township. And I do wish your daughter well in her wedding. Thank you. We can't hear you. You are still on mute.
It is disappointing that it begs the question, what's the point of asking for an exemption if exemptions across the board are not going to be given? I'm just struggling understanding the process.
So I very much appreciate that. And as I made a comment earlier, I'm not sure we have a criteria to say yes or no, and I would agree with that. So I know that I personally would love staff to come back in the future with better criteria for us to evaluate. So, but I do appreciate again your asking. So thank you for that. We do have another application. Mr. Eldridge will move you back to our waiting room, so to speak, and we will bring in who's coming in next. Help me here. Ethan Douglas for a similar request on Buckeye Road. Okay, Mr. Douglas, we will get you to turn on your camera if that's possible so that we can see you, and then unmute your microphone so we can hear you. I understand you're in the meeting. I can't see you yet, but somewhere. There we go. Mr. Douglas, good afternoon and welcome. We'll get you to unmute. There we go.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. The floor is yours to explain why you would like an exemption to our
I'm just
bylaw.
having an issue with my speaker. Hopefully there's no echo.
No, we're good. If there is an echo, it might be because you have a second live stream on. We're good.
Hi. How are you guys? Good afternoon, councilors.
Go ahead. The floor is yours. I'm going to assume that you actually have a second monitor on, which you're watching through our YouTube channel, which has about a 15-second delay. If you were to turn your current speaker on that you're speaking to us with, it will probably be a little bit better. I'm gonna wait 15 seconds for that message to get through. Mr. Douglas, hopefully you can hear us. Can you hear us now? Are you live or are we still 15-second delay?
Hello, sorry, can you hear this?
We can hear you. There is a 15-second delay, but go ahead.
Not sure what's going on with the audio here.
If you're listening to me, Mr. Douglas, it's because you're listening to the audio on YouTube, which is a 15-second delay to the live thing, but we can hear you. So whenever you're hearing this message, please go ahead and speak to council, and then we will be able to respond.
Okay, I think I fixed it there. Thank you. So good afternoon, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. I'm appearing here to seek an exemption to the recently passed fireworks bylaw. So I provided a letter previously just kind of outlining my proposal. I'm not sure if you guys had a chance to read the proposal. You have? Okay. So at this time, if I could answer any questions or concerns that somebody may have, council may have, I'd like to address anything to get this going in my favor here.
Okay, thank you. It is on the supplementary agenda. I apologize for council on that. Maybe, Mr. Douglas, you can just, for those who are watching and did not read the supplementary, just a quick highlight as to what your need is for this today.
Yeah, it's just a celebration, and we've done fireworks as kind of a tradition in the past. So the recent bylaw was a little disappointing, but understand kind of maybe why it was put in place. I do realize there's other concerns of people, you know, noise and pets that may be, you know, sensitive to this kind of stuff. So I have outlined in my letter steps that I've taken to kind of mitigate those, public notices being one, selecting fireworks that are, you know, not annoying, squealing, annoying sounds in light of that. And, you know, I'll read from my letter, just the closing, that I intend to show to be a spectacle, a celebration for everyone to enjoy. I understand that there are those that may be less enthused because of the effects of noise, and I have taken those steps to mitigate it, and that I ask for a favorable decision from council in allowing this exemption.
Okay, I'm going to go to council at this particular point. Thank you for that. Any comments or further comments from council? And the positive, not seeing action is in our agenda. The resolution by Councillor Edwards. I'll come to you in one moment. Councillor Zavitz. Be it resolved that the fireworks bylaw exemption request for 1111 Buckeye Road be approved. Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, through you. You know, one of the big challenges here, I think maybe our good public is having, is when I look at it, and it's 5.2 says the bylaw, but then it says what, you know, that council, any person may make application to council to be granted an exemption from any of the provisions of this bylaw. You know, perhaps that's a bit vague, you know, I feel for these folks, and maybe there's a whole lot of people that are going to come through here week after month after month. Perhaps we need to close that door a little bit. You know, I have no appetite, and the people that I've talked to have no appetite for fireworks, and why we would be providing exemptions and we just enacted the bylaw just blows my mind for any reason. And I'm sorry, but and I shouldn't be feeling like I need to say I'm sorry. Point being is that we just enacted a bylaw. Maybe 5.2 needs to be rewritten so that I don't know what it is, but maybe we don't allow exemptions. Quite honestly, you know, the only thing we would allow is a license agreement if you know, it's a commercial.
Okay, we're just getting everybody back. Once again, welcome to the internet at the Township of Muskoka Lakes. Council, any other questions regarding this potential exemption? I have read the resolution. Again, the resolution is worded in the positive that would permit this event. All those in favor of this particular application? All those opposed? I did call the question because I'd already, I thought I did.
Did you say Council Roberts?
I did not say Councillor Roberts. I changed it to Councillor Nishikawa. We can check the YouTube, but I'm pretty sure. So Madam Clerk, I'm pretty sure that motion,
Anybody in that hand?
I will do this one more time then, but we have a couple questions so that.
Sorry, can I speak to the councillor's statement there? Just to
Mr. Douglas, I'm actually going to get you just to hold on a moment. We're actually have the resolution on the floor in particular. We did vote on it and would appreciate your comments potentially at a subsequent time, but I'm going to go to Councillor Jagwitz first and then Councillor Bridgman.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to provide an explanation as to why I voted the way I did. And it's really, in reading the staff report, the staff were pretty clear in the report that it was decided that special events like birthdays, anniversaries, etc., would not be included as exemptions to the bylaw. And staff were also concerned in regard to precedent. And staff was not aware of any extenuating circumstances within the current proposal that would preclude approval of furniture. So I'm going on the staff recommendation that we're opening Pandora's door, and yet I feel badly that I'm turning these down, but I'm going to vote against them anyway. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Bridgman.
I was going to make my comment, Mayor Harding, after we voted, but I happen to agree with Councillor Zavitz. I thought we were basically putting a moratorium on fireworks except for those 3 days. But I understand the confusion. So not right now, but I think we need to go back and look at this. But it is stated not birthdays, anniversaries, whatever. But I don't know what constitutes that absolute unbelievable exemption, but it's not these things, in my humble opinion. I wouldn't want any exemptions, honestly.
Okay, Councillor Nishikawa.
I just have a concern that it may have just been me, but in fact, I only heard probably the first sentence that Glenn had brought forward, and I thought that perhaps there might be not a very good record of what he said. And that it should be available to the public. So I would maybe ask if he could, I don't know, Lauren, am I wrong? Like, it's just that it was a blank. I could wave at you guys, but nobody else was moving. So all I'm saying is that I don't think that the comments were received.
Regarding this. Okay, I'll hold that comment for a moment. Councillor Mazan.
Thank you. I was actually going to support Councillor Nishikawa's comments. I heard the first 2 sentences, or not even that Glenn said, but then went blank. So I wouldn't mind hearing it, and I'm sure it could be the same for others. Thank you.
Okay. Just as a point, we have called the question. The motion was defeated, Mr. Douglas, that council was not in support of the fireworks bylaw. What you're hearing or the exemption are a number of reasons, including that regular birthdays or anniversaries are not considered special occasions. I will comment at one point, I believe that the original bylaw didn't provide for any exemptions, and I think council may have talked around, there may be some extenuating circumstances, and that's why this provision was put in there. But what I am hearing is that if there are going to be exemptions, I think they really need to be very, very prescribed. And I think what Councillor Zavitz, not to put words in your mouth, but you were saying we voted for no fireworks in the original bylaw, and with the exception of very, very narrow special exemptions. And I think that was sort of the, holistic view of what your comment was. So we have turned this one down again, Mr. Douglas. If you wanted to send council further comments in the future, that'd be great. But I am going to suggest that staff coming out after this, maybe have a look at the language within this and see whether or not we can do some amendments to this bylaw to make sure we're not in this same scenario time and time again, where and Mr. Douglas and also to the prior applicant, everybody is appreciative that you came and have asked for an exception versus just letting off fireworks. We as council need to do a better job of setting out prescribed reasons for an exemption. And so if we've let you down on that, I will take responsibility for that. Mr. Pink, I see you've turned on your camera, and we'll let you speak.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just looking for clarity if that last was direction to return to council with something. Just to remind councillors, obviously the fireworks bylaw was discussed at length. I do recall a discussion on weddings, anniversaries, birthdays, etc., and the clear direction was to prohibit them. I believe, and unfortunately Mr. Kennedy is not with us right now, but I do believe it was council that directed an exemption clause be inserted, seeing as we were prohibiting those. Certainly, I think it would be rather straightforward if the direction is that staff return with an update to the bylaw to remove the exemption request. That can certainly easily be done. To be honest, I think if the community is watching, after a number are refused, I think it'll be pretty clear what council's position will be on them going forward, and likely the number of requests will slow down. But if council wishes, we can either return with an update to the bylaw to remove the ability to ask for an exemption, or alternatively, I think what you're looking for is perhaps a policy to have a set of criteria where you may approve weddings and birthdays. I would just note we can certainly try to explore that as well, but as staff has put in the two reports, it's difficult to really come up with a criteria why this birthday or that wedding is really any different than the next one that'll be on your plate next month. Everyone will have a set of circumstances, and that may be a challenge to create that policy, or maybe a challenge for council to make those decisions going forward. I would suggest to you, if it's determined fireworks are not appropriate, the exemption request can simply be removed. But again, just looking for some direction if you do want staff to return with any item. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Bridgman.
Thank you, Mayor Harding. I mean, I'm now thinking about celebrations of life, which there's been an awful lot since COVID, and so I honestly would like just a complete no exemptions on this. There is a commercial avenue if somebody wants to do that. In terms of whatever the licensing is for that, I saw Chief Murrell came on screen, so I would like that exemption taken out in terms of private citizens coming to ask for a private function. I think you understand the gist of what I'm saying.
Okay, Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, and through you, I would certainly support Councillor Bridgman on that. I would appreciate the removal of 5.2 and 5.3 in this bylaw, and then there's no question we wasted these people's time and many others. And I think we need to send a clear message. I thought we had. And I apologize if we've been ambiguous.
Thank you. Mr. Pink, I think to what I'm hearing, and Chief Morrell, is that council is saying basically we do not want fireworks with the exception of the days that we have allowed. Councillor Bridgman brought up the point though of some commercial event, a large festival of something potentially. And I'm not sure whether that might be a trigger for an exemption. So I would leave that with yourself. If you ever found, or we looked at what has gone on in the last decade, that there might be the odd reason for an exemption, and I see Chief Morrell sort of nodding that there may have been, maybe those would be there, but I think generally council's looking for the prohibition of fireworks with the exception of the May 24, July 1st, and New Year's. Okay. Okay. Thank you. We're going to continue moving on. And okay, two defeated resolutions. 8D. I might hold on to that one for just a moment, unless we want to go. Chief Municipal Officer, Mr. Kennedy, are you here regarding the site alteration regarding 1415 Peninsula Road? Or Mr. Pink, did you want to handle this right now? How do we want to deal with this? I know Mr. Kennedy is not here. We can defer it till a little later on. I know we have a delegate as well who's attending from 2:30. Mr. Pink, how do we want to deal with this right now?
Through you, I certainly leave it in council's hands. I believe there's a delegate. I'm not sure if they're waiting. I believe Mr. Kennedy should be available relatively soon, and there are a number of other items on the agenda, but I'm certainly here and I'll do my best to answer any questions if there are, but it may be maybe worthwhile to see if a bit of time may allow Mr. Kennedy to return. I believe
I think
court
that's
matters are
probably appropriate. I think it's very appropriate that we will wait for Mr. Kennedy on item 8D at this particular point. So we will hold on that one. We're going to move on to 8E, Economic Development Officer award of tender for wayfinding signage. Mr. Moore, are you with us today? I know you were this morning. There you are. Corey?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just the next step in the wayfinding signage project that we identified for 2022 as part of our community improvement plan. The tender was issued and we had 3 bidders, and the recommendation supports the selection of the lowest bidder. With that, happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Council, any questions at this time? I'm going to read the resolution moved by Councillor Jagoet, seconded by Councillor Mazan. Be it resolved that Council award contract T 2022-36 supply and installation of wayfinding signage to Philcan Group in the amount of $74,455 plus HST, and that the Director of Public Works be authorized to execute the necessary documents to proceed with the work. Any comments? All those in favor? That is carried. If anyone's wondering, I do not own a company called Philcan Group, as I read that. Thank you. Next item of business, Bala Sports Park basketball court. Director Becking.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good afternoon, members of council. Council will recall on the recommendation of the Parks and Trails Committee, a project was proposed for the Bala Sports Park to develop a basketball court. In accordance with council's policies, tenders were called and 2 bids were received. The lowest compliant bid was received from 837480 Ontario Inc., operated as Tower Excavating in the amount of $74,500. Staff are recommending that the contract be so awarded.
Okay. Council, any questions or comments in this particular? I see some hands going up. Councillor Edwards first, and then Councillor Nishikawa.
Yeah, I was talking with Councillor Roberts. Too bad he's not here, but he mentioned that for a little bit more, we could get a full court in there, which they could put pickleball and other usages to it. Maybe the director could explain that, how much it would be if we went to a full court, and what other uses we could put that to. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Becking. Did you want to comment?
Thank you, Your Worship, and the councillor for the question. The proposed court is to be a half court. It is essentially going to be made out of an asphalt surface covered by an acrylic surface, which is a kinder, gentler surface and less likely to inflict road rash if somebody falls. The contractor has been asked if he would be prepared to extend the contract to a full court, which would be a more usable facility. I will agree that there will be the overhead costs and some of the common costs will be spread out over a larger project. I'm not sure that I would go quite so far as to say for a little bit more. I have spoken to the contractor. He is prepared to extend the contract. I would suggest that you're looking at something in the order of $50,000 to make it into a full court, if you wish to go there. The contractor has also indicated that he is prepared to revise his bid to remove the acrylic surface if council so wishes, which would result in a savings of about $21,000 to the current bid And that would then have to be prorated. So instead of the project costing 76,000 or 74,000 rather, you're probably looking at something in the order of $100,000 for a full size asphalt covered surface.
Okay. Thank you for that question, Councillor Edwards. Councillor Nishikawa.
I'm going to be asking committee to defer this. I know nothing about this. Is there a pretty picture out there somewhere that I didn't receive? Yes, this was a discussion we actually started in 2019 because two individuals, and one of them has moved away now, had requested a basketball net for their kid. I know nothing about this project, and nor does the committee. And I find that a little bit like we're not being fair at all to a committee that was appointed by this council and leaving them completely in the dark about this. So I would request that we defer this. I'm really hard pressed to try to figure out how, you know, last year around this time or in a couple of months, we talked about closing down the arena in Bala. But now we're saying, let's go and spend $75,000 on a basketball thing. And in fact, I don't even have a clue where this is going, but are we taking away from the parking lot? Or now, you know, looking at the Cranberry Festival, are we now going to alter how that use that we have a historic use? Is that being changed? Like when? And mostly I'm really disappointed that this came to council. This type of item should have come to general finance. And then we could have had a discussion and debated and maybe even see a pretty picture. But that has not happened. And the reality is if we turn it down, we can't, Lauren, you could correct me on this, but we can't actually talk about this for another 3 months. So how did it come to council, and why do we see things like this coming directly to council?
Okay, so thank you. Councillor Nishikawa brought up a interesting comment or question, and I'll let potentially Director Becking answer this regarding tenders and why this is coming to council, because I believe council is the approval authority on tenders that have gone out. But again, if the Ward 8 councillors would like to defer this, I believe it's also in the current operating budget for 2022. But Director Becking?
Thank you, Your Worship. You are correct. The reason this is coming to council is because council is the body that is charged with the responsibility to award tenders.
Okay, and the origin of this and how the tender got put out there and where it came from?
It has been a request for a couple of years. It was considered by the Parks and Trails Committee, and they concurred that it should be considered for inclusion in the 2022 capital budget. It was ultimately approved by council in the 2022 capital budget. Staff are carrying out that direction.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to Councilor Mazan first, and then Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, and through you. Just listening to Councillor Nishikawa's questions, I'm going to take a step away maybe from the details and just say from a broader perspective when I was reading this report and just directly linking it back to our recently endorsed Recreation Master Plan, I was going to suggest that a half court didn't really, I would have a hard time approving a half court, but certainly given it was a Bala Sports Park area, and if I look to recommendations 22 through 25, it talks to basketball and pickleball, those types of activities as being part of our recommendations and plan forward. So without getting into the weeds, I would say generally speaking, I would be very supportive of incremental investment in this area. It just logically makes sense against the plan that we have. As for the details, I think I'd like to hear again from maybe Councillor Zavitz, and it's perhaps too bad that Councillor Roberts isn't here as well to have his perspective. But just listening to Councillor Nishikawa, I was not involved in those operational discussions back in 2019 and 20. So I can't really comment on those.
Okay,
But
Councillor
I would
Oh.
encourage that if we have money set aside and we have an opportunity, I am very supportive of that kind of investment in recreation. Thank you.
Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, and through you. So I have to concur with Councillor Nishikawa on some of her points. While I think it's great that there's money set aside, and we did obviously budget for this, I think there's all the questions she's asked are relevant, and having the chair of the the recreational master plan just having spoken, Councillor Mazan, Chair Mazan, I just wonder how this wraps into this. I would have high hopes for this master recreational plan, and I just find it a little obtuse that here we are before we're actually executing, before we get to the budget 2023, where we look at some of these fulsome responses to some of these master plans, that we found a way to put $100,000 basketball court in Bala. I won't be supporting this. I'm sorry. I think there's a lot of loose ends. Thank you.
Right. So Councillor Nishikawa has asked for potentially a deferral at this particular point, but I'll go to Councillor Nishikawa.
Well, again, I would request a deferral. I'm still looking, am I not finding a pretty picture, or if I have no clue where this is going? And I was one of the people that actually was part of building that sports park. So I'm just really confused as to, if we approve this today, council, if you approve this today, the public doesn't know what you're doing. Like, there's nothing to show what we're doing, or is there? And I'm missing everything. But anyhow, I can't approve something that I don't have any information other than some numbers. And again, like Susan had said, now we have this whole master plan and everything else. Shouldn't we be looking at it as in a more of a whole? Yes, I asked for a basketball net because a couple of families, but honestly, those couple of families, like, we were actually looking at the arena, or we were looking beside the community center. It wasn't this full blown thing that we've now developed, which is fantastic. But I think that there's other areas that we should be we should be looking at a broader thing. And I just don't understand how we jumped to such a big jump when, and I will honestly be telling you, that is 5 people in more than 10 years that talked about basketball. But I did recognize putting up a basketball net and finding a location should be easy. I never was expecting that we were going to spend $75,000 on this or build full-blown courts and everything. Maybe in the long-term future plan, that'd be something. But how did we get here today? Because it was never discussed with the committee. And I feel really bad that we are treating our committee this way.
Okay. Councillor Bergman, Councillor Jago, so see your hands up. I just want to ask a question that potentially can move us forward here. I'm kind of getting a sense, especially from both of our Ward 8 councillors, they would like to defer this. We'll refer it back to committee to have a more fulsome discussion and bring this back. Again, Director Becking was following the order that came through in the budget to go forward and do this. Apologize, Director Becking. But is anyone in objection that we defer this at this point? Or do we want to vote on this today? People are in favor that we can defer this and refer this back to our committee? Okay, we've got a thumbs up on that. And just for, because we are going to be in lame duck, the reality is we will not be able to approve this, at which point it will become the next term of council with greater clarity on what is going to happen in around Bala. And I think changes from just a basketball court to maybe it's a full basketball court, maybe it's a pickleball court, maybe it's all of the multiple sport courts. So I think that's a good recommendation, and I would certainly support that. Councillor Jago, it's a final comment before I refer this officially.
Yes, I support the deferral, but I also ask something else, because I too don't know what's going on here. When these things come forward, I'd like to see, first of all, how this fits into the master recreation plan. There should be an overall plan. This fits into it as a long-term study, not just a one-off, because how can I decide if it's basketball or pickleball until you know what the whole plan is? So I just think it needs more coordination. So I certainly support Councillor Nishikawa on this. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Clerk, you're okay. We're going to defer this. Thank you very much. Director Becking, this next one, I'm pretty sure we're not going to defer. And that is for our HVAC system that is sometimes working, I believe, here at the township office and sometimes not. I'm just going to read this contract award, and it's moved by Councillor Everett, second by Councillor Bridgman. Be it resolved that contract T 2022 number 48 for the installation of a new HVAC equipment and roof repair for the township office be awarded to Fine Air Mechanical for the bid price of $67,750 plus HST, and that the Director of Public Works be authorized to execute the necessary documents to proceed with the contract. Council, any questions on this particular? Fixing the HVAC system and fixing the roof. Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor? I want to see my screen. Just hold your hands up for one moment while the clerk looks at my screen, and everyone's hands are in the air.
Okay.
We're good. That is carried. I won't ask Director Becking to see whether or not we can put a basketball court on the roof as well here, but we'll let that one go. Thank you for that. HVAC, Raymond Community Washroom.
Thank you, Worship. Council will recall that there has been a request for a couple of years now for upgrades to the washrooms at the Raymond Community Center. You'll also recall that you adopted the Parks and Recreation Master Plan recently, which contained a number of recommendations with respect to the designation of hub and spoke facilities. One of the fundamental premises of that principle is the fact that while we will keep all community centers open, large investments would be made in the hubs, and we would not be making large investments in the spoke facilities. There are no hubs identified in the northern portion of the township for a variety of reasons. You'll also recall that we went out and received a grant for upgrading of the washrooms and made budget provisions in the current year for these changes. And in light of all of the above, staff are simply giving council an opportunity to reconsider proceeding with the project. The project was scheduled or budgeted at $250,000. Given the price increases that we are foreseeing, it's quite likely that that price even may be exceeded. We obviously don't know. Staff are trying to be consistent with the Parks and Rec Master Plan in that this is a rather sizable investment in a facility that is quite aged and in need of a considerable amount of work. And so you have an opportunity to reconsider if you wish to do so.
Okay. Thank you for that. Councillor Suzanne.
Thank you, and through you. And I've had a chance now to spend quite a bit of time thinking about this particular report, because I don't often like to go or have a different opinion sometimes than what staff is presenting. And so there has been a lot of dialogue. There's been a lot of dialogue, and I think our committee needs to know and understand that within my community hall board as well. They haven't taken this lightly. They understand the cost, and they've really been very engaged in trying to understand where we're at and how we kind of got to such a significant cost. And so, and by that, I mean, there have been a lot of conversations, and there's an understanding now of this recreation plan, what it means, that we're at a starting point, but it really is a future forward planning document that doesn't necessarily take care of today. And that's one of the interesting things as you go through this report again. And there's so much in this that we need to digest and understand. But when we talk about the community centers, and if you'll just indulge me for a few minutes, because I have spent quite a bit of time with my community trying to go through this in a thoughtful and very considered way. I want to talk to a comment under the community centers and the importance they provide to our community. So I'm going to quote, it says, their value in providing for community well-being needs to be matched by a commitment to their sustainability through careful asset management, effective operational management, and maximized use. This is part of our strategy as we move forward. As you look to recommendation number 48, it continues to talk about how we can manage this concept called hub and spoke. And specifically, one of the bullet points is in year 5 of the plan, undertake a comprehensive health check assessment of each community center. And I think that's important to note. And I think all of our community centers need to know and understand this. Our plan has indicated that community centers are important. Community well-being and thriving communities are important. This council has invested heavily time and money to create a plan to help us create a sustainable plan moving forward. But we still have a commitment to our communities today. And that's where we started with Raymond Hill. We've been through this on the board. We've talked about it. They simply asked years ago, pre us as council, could we kindly have some upgrades to our washrooms? Because of the conditions of AODA compliance, that's what's driving this cost. But the reality is this hall, not so different than what we just went through with broadband, has kind of consistently been overlooked. And so now here we find ourselves today with what we see as a pretty high ticket value. But the reality is this is their community. This is where they come together. And after 2.5 years of COVID, we owe it to our community to create a safe place for them to come together. Well, we as a council and or future councils are contemplating how we make our community and recreation facilities sustainable for the future. So without belaboring this point, I would like to support, even though this is a high ticket value, this bathroom upgrade for this hall. I think it's important. I think it acknowledges the importance of these community centers. And I think it gives us space then to actually come up with very thoughtful long-term plans, particularly in the Highway 140 area, which is what we're talking about right now. And if you go back to the recreation plan, it talks to that as to the next point, is trying to really thoughtfully think that through. So thank you for giving me a chance. I hope I didn't freeze to speak kind of passionately about this. I owe it to the members of the community that they know that their halls are open for business. But by that, I would like us also to know that we've had some fairly direct comment or conversations to say they also need to come in and start using the facility. The obligation is on both sides. The township owns one piece, but our community members own a piece too. And that's what makes a thriving community. So thanks for giving me the chance to speak. I hope I didn't freeze. And, I'll look forward to what other people have to say, but I would like to move forward on this particular washroom upgrade. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Edwards.
Yes, thank you. I would echo everything that Councillor Madsen said. These people have been asking for this for years. One, it's a warming center. Two, it's used. I looked at the report. They were saying, oh, it's only used 1,474 hours a year, which is 30.1%. If you look at our township office and you figure it's open 5 days a week, 40 hours, that's only 2,000 hours a year. So they're not that far off. I don't know where they come up with 30%. Plus the people that go through that hall, go to that hall, there's normally 20 to 40 people going through that hall in those hours. And that this hall is well used like the other ones. And that all the halls in that area are running about 2,500 to 3,000 people through a year. It says maybe the same ones each week, but they're well used for small halls. They're not asking for a Taj Mahal to be built or anything else like that. And if we go ahead with this at this time, we have the 100,000 towards it. And it would be showing the community that we do support them because, like I say, it's all volunteers. If you were paying all the volunteers $15 an hour, you'd soon eat up all that money. And that's so that these people are really dedicated to it. If you've looked at the kitchen there, they've got the gas stoves. They can do, the Lions use it. It's used for the cancer luncheons. It's used for a church. It's used for songs and strings and other. So it is a well-used hall, and I would support that 100%. And hopefully other councillors will support it as well. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for that. Looks like unanimous. Ward B wants a accessible washroom. Councillor Nishikawa?
Thank you. There's nothing like being a hall board member, honestly, to really understand your community. And working with those hall board members, for me, and in fact, I was only living in this community for maybe 2 months, and they stuck me on the hall board. So 30 years ago, but it has been, it's a journey. Like it's a very interesting to understand the passion in a community and how those gathering places make such a huge difference. And it's not the same person that you would see on their dock. These are folks that are rural living. And I have said also, like Susan had addressed it, I've been saying for quite some time, and I have said it at our Trails Committee, that we need to focus on the 141 corridor. That is the future. And I can have lots of people, and I will say that even 20 years ago, I said, growth is coming, growth is coming. Well, we have seen what happened to Arroyo. Now we're seeing what's happening in Gravenhurst, for instance, lots of new development and things. So this is just, as I said, I think we need to support this for sure. They are an active group. But in fact, to remove any kind of indication that community center should not be treated the same as other community centers would be wrong. I think you definitely need to give the people in this community the option of being able to use their community center in a safe manner. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Bridgman.
Thank you, Mayor Harding. I just have a question of Director Becking. The $250,000 that was included in our capital budget, is that still going to cover it, given inflation and costs that have gone up? I'm just not sure if that's accurate at this point, and I'd like to know. Thank you.
Director Becking, do you want to comment?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. My guess is that what we're seeing, based on what we're seeing in other tenders, you're probably looking at somewhere between 20 and 25% increase. So my guess is that the project will ultimately end up costing somewhere between 275 and 300. You know, we have funds available in reserves, as well as there are some underages in other areas of the budget, and we could devote those to covering any overage should it occur. We're still very much in a preliminary state, Your Worship, in terms of the design of this project. So you'll pardon me if I'm not quite as definitive as I may usually be. But I would certainly suggest, and there is an alternate resolution if council wishes to pursue it, which does recommend for an increase in the budget to $300,000, just to make sure that we don't run afoul of lame duck and the like.
Okay, Councillor Jagowitz.
Thank you. Actually, Director Becking answered the first part of my question on the alternate proposal. But since this may not be as heavily used in the long term, is there some way of this proceeding on a scaled down benefit, say looking at a 10-year horizon rather than 30? Is there some way of proceeding but having the costs reduced? And then I was going to ask about, you say an alternative resolution to complete this project has been prepared. You just explained that's a more expensive one. I was hoping it was a lower cost one. Anyway.
Director Becking, I guess the real question is there any options to save money in this?
And unfortunately, I'm afraid I have to say no. What is driving the proposal and the costs is the requirement for compliance with the Ontarians with Disabilities Act and the regulations on the built infrastructure. The architect did examine alternatives, and unfortunately, this was the only practical alternative that we could come up with.
Okay, Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. And through you, I will be supporting moving forward with this project. I don't think before I moved up here, I'd ever set foot in the community center, but I understand how vital and important they are to the local community. I know this is, or I understand this is a warming center. And quite frankly, compliance with the required accessibility rules, I think is vital. You know, I understand if we had a plan to replace short term, maybe we'd have a different view. We don't have such a plan right now. We're working something up. It's going to be 5 years, I would guess, at a minimum before we're doing anything material. And I think that the people who, the good patrons of this place, deserve to have it brought to standard. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm getting the sense right now, Council, that we want to move ahead with this project. So the process for us to get there, as I'm getting a thing, we do have a resolution that was circulated that we will read that says basically that the allocation for the Raymond Community Center washroom should remain unspent. If we turn that down, I can then introduce another motion. So idea would be we will defeat the first motion, and then we can go through and read the second motion that will push this forward. So I do have a resolution moved not by Councillor Hayes and not by Councillor Roberts. Let's go by Councillor Edwards and by Councillor Mazan. So moved by Councillor Edwards, second by Councillor Mazan. Be it resolved that the 2022 capital budget allocation for the Raymond Community Center accessible washroom project should remain unspent. All those in favor? All those opposed?
Could you just go over that? So in other words, we turn this one down?
And then
But
we're
we
going to
are-
have another one of which we
The other
can.
one? Okay,
Correct. So
okay, thank you.
all those opposed to this motion, the first motion. So that motion is defeated. That's great. Thank you very much. And now, as this is a new motion without notice, I'm going to need 2/3 of council's permission to be able to allow this on the table. And I just get a show of hands who would let us read a motion in favor. Madam Clerk, I believe that's unanimous. We have 2/3. Thank you. So we have a resolution moved by Councillor Mazan, seconded by Councillor Edwards, that the Director of Public Works be authorized to extend the scope of work for Duncan Ross, architect, to include the completion of designs, drawings, specifications, or contract documents for the reconstruction of accessible washrooms at the Raymond Community Center, and that the project budget be increased to $300,000 with funds to be taken from the facilities reserve. Any comments on this? I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that one, anyone opposed? No one's opposed. Okay, thank you very much, Director Becking. Thank you. And to the Ward B councillors in particular, thank you very much for supporting your community center. Councillor Nishikawa.
Sorry, I just wanted to ask for a very, very quick moment. I was just curious about that these are coming from facility reserves as opposed to our Parks and Recreation plan, because at one point we were taking funds from that for our community centers under Director Young.
Right. So in particular, this past resolution that we passed says it's coming from the facilities reserve. So that I don't believe Director Becking, unless I'm wrong, who will be listening, that is coming from facilities reserve in this particular case. Director Becking.
That is correct, Your Worship.
Okay.
We can look at that later if necessary.
Okay. Councilor Mazan.
Thank you, and through you, I just want to thank council for today on Diamond Hall. This is going to be a significant addition to their community, and I really do appreciate everybody's support. I did want to pick up on one comment I made, and that Councillor Nishikawa, who's also part of our Recreation Master Plan Steering Committee, had picked up on as well, and that is under recommendation 48. There is a bullet point that says explore opportunities and create a path forward for a community center in the North End in consolidation and coordination with the school. Whether that's the ideal outcome or not, I think what we need to do is somehow in 2023, and I'm going to look with staff to try and help us understand how to do this, to start that process. Because I think that through this process, we will allow for very comprehensive community engagement. And quite frankly, my observation is an opportunity to pull our communities together there instead of the division that has kind of historically been there. So I look to staff to ask how could we do that in 2023? And if this is the right time to talk to that, or if I need to bring this back for next month.
I'm going to suggest that staff can bring things back appropriately and address your comments and concerns versus trying to bring something specifically. We don't have a resolution on the table. It's not on the agenda. So, Councillor Jagowitz.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to explain why I did not vote on that last motion. And I voted on the first part that agreed not to send the funds back and cancel the project. But then all of a sudden, we were read a motion that we hadn't seen. It said we're approving 300,000. We don't even know if it's all consultants fees. We have no idea what it was. I have trouble with the procedure. I know it was passed and that's fine, but I think in the future, if you're going to bring motions like that forward, we should be given some material so we understand what's coming forward. I really take exception with the way that was handled, and it's not against anybody personally. It's just I don't think that's. I think staff knew that's what they were going to bring forward, and that should have been in the report. Or there should have been a supplementary report.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Council, we've been at this for about an hour and a half. I'd like to try and get through one quick resolution, then we can take a brief break. Interesting in Suzanne Craig's thing, I was talking that her contract ends. I missed 2 pages of our agenda because we do have a renewal of her contract that I think I can probably just go right ahead and read. There's a resolution moved by Councillor Nishikawa, second by Councillor Suzanne, whereas provision of an Integrity Commissioner is legislated through the Municipal Act 2001 to SOC 2001 C25, and whereas Township Muskoka Lakes appointed Ms. Suzanne Craig as Integrity Commissioner, and whereas a current contract is set to expire April 30th, 2023. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the contract with Ms. Suzanne Craig be renewed for an additional 2 years to April 2025, and that bylaw 2022-119 be authorized to authorize the mayor and clerk to execute and affix corporate seal of the Integrity Commissioner agreement and related appointment on behalf of the Township Muskoka Lakes be given 3 readings and finally passed. Any comments on the Integrity Commissioner? All those in favor? That one is carried. Thank you. Okay, council, let's take a quick 10 minutes and we will come back. Thank you. Okay, council, we'll get you to come back would be great. Thank you. Okay, council, I think we are ready to continue on. We're going to back up a little bit. And we do have a delegate joining us, Mr. Dave Rogers, and regarding item 8D. So let's bring Mr. Rogers in, and then our chief bylaw officer, unfortunately, is not with us at this particular time. He's still in court fighting another matter. And it looks like he's going to be tied up for most of the afternoon. So I'm going to get, once Mr. Rogers comes in, I'm going to get Mr. Pink to introduce this item. Again, it's item 8D. Okay. Mr. Pink, I will let you go and start item 8D. David?
Thank you, Your Worship. As noted in the staff report that's attached in your agenda packages, the municipality did receive a complaint regarding site alteration. The pictures of the property are provided in your package. Upon investigation, bylaw enforcement staff did issue an order to remedy to restore grade. Council should be aware that under the site alteration bylaw, there are sections that do allow within 30 days of receipt of an ordered remedy for the recipient to appeal that order to council. Mr. Rogers, the property owner, has taken that action, has appealed the ordered remedy. Staff has outlined the details in your staff report and agenda packages, and we are here to answer any questions, and I believe Mr. Rogers is here to speak to it as well. Staff's recommendation is that the order be confirmed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Rogers. Welcome. I will just also remind council and also Mr. Rogers, we probably won't get into a lot of debate about any of the technical bylaw issues should this continue to proceed. Obviously, we have to be careful what it is we say, but we're certainly happy to have a listen to you at this particular time. Thank you. David, the floor is yours. Just get you to unmute your microphone. There you go.
Okay, so I'm Dave Rogers. I'm the owner of 1415 Peninsula Road. I'd like to know who everybody is. Let's start with Councillor Edwards. What are you doing, Councillor Edwards?
Mr. Rogers, Dave, we do have basically, I can tell you, all of council here, save and except Councillor Hayes and Councillor Roberts, but the rest of council. So if you're doing a roll call on us, I would encourage you to use your time to address council, but we are all here.
No, that's not what I'm doing. I'm wondering if anybody else lives on Lake Joseph besides myself.
At this particular point, we do have councillors I do know that do have property on Lake Joseph, but I'm not sure how that's relevant.
Well, I'd just like to give you a little bit of
background. Okay.
So I'm fifth generation here. My great-great-grandfather owned Prospect House in Port Sandfield, and my great-grandfather's original land grant was Hemlock Point. And if anybody knows the area, they pretty much owned everything between the two bridges. This roadway that we're talking about is 132 years old, used as an egress up and down the peninsula, summer and winter. Not altered the site in any way, shape, or form. I have not diverted any of the water. If the natural water course is still maintained. The only thing I did was I did a little bit of what they would refer to as erosion and sedimentation protection of the lake by adding asphalt. And that's all I did. Any questions?
Okay, and council.
Phil, I'm kind of surprised you didn't, recuse yourself, as we are in court.
I will come to council at this particular time and ask if there's any questions to Mr. Rogers at this point. Councillor Jagowitz.
Yes, Mr. Rogers, I do know the area. I don't know your property. Could you just explain to me what that part of the property was used for the last 50 years or so that you talked about? What was it actually used for?
Mr. Rogers? Dave, we just need you to unmute. Thank you.
There we go. It's a roadway from the lake to the properties above.
And the purpose was boats.
It's an egress on and off the lake.
So would boats dock there and materials be loaded on and off? Is that or no?
Yes, they would be, but that's another issue. I'm not
okay
to discuss that.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, Mayor. To Mr. Rogers, when did the paving occur?
Dave, you're still on mute.
Well, here we are. Probably a year and a half ago.
So previous to that, if I might
Last
supplement.
October.
Okay, so previous to that, Mr. Rogers, this was a gravel substrate, gravel road
Right.
for 100 years.
Washed down into the lake every year.
Okay. Okay. So this is what attracted the attention was, of course, the paving to the lakefront, right?
I don't know. Oh, I've been asked to remove the paving, yes.
Right. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Council, any other questions of Mr. Rogers? Maybe Mr. Pink. Dave, thank you very much for your comments to council today. Mr. Pink, maybe you can just maybe give us an understanding of paving altering the grade source, so to speak, and why potentially the charges were laid, just on the high level.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, just to clarify, charges have not been laid. An order to remedy has been issued in order to restore grade. I think what's likely best to say at this point is staff's of the opinion that grade has been altered in contravention of the bylaw, and we issued the order accordingly to restore said grade. Again, Mr. Rogers has a right to appeal that order, and he's done so. We look for council's input on the status of that appeal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you. Secondary question to, I guess, David. When I look at the image, the image of the paved road down to the water, was this picture was taken when it was? I'm presuming it was raining. It was actually pouring. Am I seeing essentially rivulets of water, for want of a better term, rolling down the paved surface? That's water. Is it that isn't a poor paved job?
Mr. Pink.
Through you, that is correct, Councillor Zavitz.
So I fail to understand how this pavement isn't promoting water to the lake versus some sort of a gravel substrate. Is that part of your concern?
David?
Through you. Yes, I think that if you read the recitals of the site alteration bylaw and the typical purpose of said bylaw, it's to prevent that type of activity. Ideally, you have natural vegetation, native vegetation absorbing stormwater, nutrients, pollutants, etc., prior to simply just sheet flow into the lake. So certainly a concern, and hence why staff took the action it did.
Okay, Councillor Jagowitz.
Yes, just a couple more of staff. I assume you have no pictures of it before, but also, David, you're using a technical term. You're saying that the grade has been altered and you want the grade restored. I want you could be more specific exactly what was done and what you want to have changed. Just I'm having trouble when you use the term grade.
Mr. Pank.
Through you, I would have to go through the file. I'm not aware if we have pictures of the prior state off the top of my head. With respect to the alteration of grade and the intention of the order, to be honest, likely we wouldn't typically support or look for even gravel driveways directly to the lake. However, the municipality would not be able to require the remediation of something that's been in place for many years. That is recognized. However, we are of the opinion that the grade has been altered by placement of pavement or asphalt, and the expectation is that that asphalt be removed and the property be restored to its previous condition.
So just a supplementary. So you're not asking that it be removed at all. You're just asking for the asphalt to be removed. That's all this. That's the issue that's here. Is that correct?
My understanding, essentially, that was the previous state of the property. And again, we're just looking to restore it to its previous state.
Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay, so we do actually have a resolution before us, and it is moved by Councillor Kelly, seconded by Councillor Nishikawa. Be it resolved that the site alteration order to remedy dated June 22nd, 2022 for 1415 Peninsula Road be confirmed. Mr. Rogers, I see you waving, David. I'll let you one final comment at this time. Go ahead.
Okay, I'd like to point out that the township does have a picture of that in 1902. It's an original weight. It's not, shall I say, been doctored. It's found in the archives of Ottawa. And I would like to point out that Lake Joseph is 20 miles long, 5 miles wide, has no rivers or lakes running into it. It's the top of the lakes, and it's dependent on water being run off into it. And when Lake Rosso, which has rivers and streams run into the lake, water runs from Lake Rosso to Lake Joseph. And then when they pull the stop logs, it runs the opposite way. And that's why we see no ice in the wintertime under the bridges. And that the water that I'm putting into the lake is cleaner than what it ever has been. It's been tested by LA every year. And I do not think that I have altered the grade at all. If you look at the pictures, you can see that the rock and the stone has not moved.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll turn it back to council. You've all heard the resolution. All those in favor? That is carried. Okay, Mr. Rogers, thank you very much. I appreciate you joining us today. Okay, we're going to move on, and we are going to go to item 8J. Oh, Madam Clerk, for you.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. So we have a recommendation before you and a report to award a contract to Helix IT for the installation of hybrid technology in the council chambers and limited technology to allow for overflow in the Port Carlin Community Center. As you're well aware, committee previously directed staff to investigate enhanced hybrid options and initiate an RFP. That RFP was initiated on June 17th of this year, and it closed on July 13th of 2022. The recommended solution, as you can see, includes detailed pictures in the report. It would use existing equipment in the council chambers, including some of the microphones, and include the installation of additional speakers, screens, and cameras as depicted in the report. And you can see the views that those cameras would have. We're also recommending a basic solution for the Port Carlin Community Center, which would provide a dedicated PC to use for Zoom purposes and streaming of meetings to allow for overflow. The full upgrade of the Port Carlin Community Center is not recommended at this time due to the cost, sporadic use, and reduction of the time that the community would have to use the space if more meetings were held over there, and the potential effects on decorum of meetings. Subject to your questions, those are our recommendations.
Okay, thank you. I'm actually going to read the resolution moved by Councillor Jaglowitz, seconded by Councillor Kelly. Be it resolved that the contract to install the technology to allow for hybrid in-person and remote attendance meetings in the council chambers be awarded to Helix IT Inc. in the amount of $41,825.33 plus applicable taxes, and that the contract to install the technology in the Port Carlin Memorial Community Center to allow for overflow council committee meetings attendees to participate virtually be awarded to Helix Inc. In the amount of $2,204.81 plus HS applicable taxes, and that the 2022 capital budget be amended to add these items under the IT division to be funded from the Information Technology Reserve, and that the mayor and clerk be authorized to sign any necessary documentation in a form that is satisfactory to the Director of Legislative Services and the Township Solicitor. Council, any further questions of the clerk on this? Not seeing any. All those in favor of the resolution? Carried. Great, thank you very much. Look forward to upgrading what we have here and everything as we move forward. Okay, we're moving on, I think, to bylaws. Finished our reports, are we not? I believe we are. Other planning, 9A1, license agreements. Any comments or questions on this? Department, no one, we're good. I'm going to read this. Moved by Councillor Mazan, seconded by Councillor Zavitz. Be it resolved that bylaw 2022-68 being a bylaw to authorize the mayor and clerk to execute and affix corporate seal to a license agreement under the name of Ellis, Rule 41177. Be ready first, second, and third time, and finally passed. Any comments? All those in favor? That was carried. Thank you very much. Another license agreement, 9A2. I've got my right page open here. Under Wagnowski, moved by Councillor Edwards, seconded by Councillor Nishikawa. Be it resolved that bylaw 2022-113 being a bylaw to authorize the mayor and clerk to authorize or to execute and affix the corporate seal to a license agreement Wagnowski, Rule 41040. Be ready first, second, third time, and finally passed. Comments or questions? All those in favor? That one is carried as well. Another license agreement moved by Councillor Kelly, second by Councillor Bridgman. Be it resolved that bylaw 2022-122 being a bylaw to authorize the mayor and clerk to execute and affix corporate seal to a license agreement under the name of Nesbitt Smith, Rule 7-1-2710. Be ready first, second, and third time, and finally passed. Smith Nesbitt application. Any comments? All those in favor? Thank you. That one is carried. Okay, I think we are now a couple of 9A4. Deeming bylaws. I'm going to read this. Moved by Councillor Zavitz, seconded by Councillor Roberts. No, not Councillor Roberts. Who am I going to go to? Councillor Jaglowitz. Be it resolved that bylaw 2022-124 being a bylaw to deem lot 13 on plan M28 and lot 52 on plan M57 in the former township of Bala, now in the township Muskoka Lakes District Municipality of Muskoka, being a lots of plan of subdivision are hereby deemed not to be lots on a plan of subdivision for the purposes of section 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended. Robbins, Roll 7 to 18, and bylaw 2022-135. Being a bylaw to deem lots 28 and 29 on Plan 14 in the former township of Medora, now in the township Muskoka Lakes District Municipality of Muskoka, being lots on a plan of subdivision are hereby deemed not to be lots on a plan of subdivision for the purposes of section 50-3 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended. Giuseppe, I guess I totally screwed that name up, I know, but Rule 7-12-64 to be read a first, second, and third time and finally passed. We are uncreating some lots. Any comments or questions? All those in favor? That one's carried. Thank you. Okay, site plan control, but we got to go to item 9B before we get on to this here. So I think we might jump ahead. Where am I? Item 9B. Apologies. Some zoning bylaws. Where do we want to go first here? I think we got to hold on to that one. 9A6 or 9A5. I don't think I can do 9A5.
No. Do you want to do 8-6 or site alteration?
Yeah, let's actually the site alteration bylaw. Let's actually jump ahead to that because and I know Mr. Pink wants to speak to this, which might. Also, we have a delegate here who's been waiting patiently. Good point. Let's jump ahead to that. And so, sorry, what's my agenda number? 8.6. And that is a tree preservation bylaw. Mr. Pink, for council consideration, did all of council, I believe, receive that letter or not regarding this site alteration bylaw? Mr. Pink, maybe I'll let you introduce at this particular time and maybe provide some recommendations to council as how we may address this.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I believe council's aware of the previous discussions we've had on the tree conservation and site alteration bylaws. I believe you also all received a letter from a solicitor representing our Muskoka, questioning some aspects of said bylaws. Staff would recommend that consideration of those both bylaws be deferred at this time. Staff would prefer to consult with the township's legal counsel on both bylaws, and we will return to council with any changes if necessary.
Okay, so on those two particular bylaws, council, our staff for recommending that we defer until we get some legal counsel and opinions coming towards us. I see Councillor Jagowitz has his hand up.
Thank you, Chair. I just, did I miss that? When did we receive that, a copy of that?
I didn't even get CC.
Okay, so that was my question. Mr. Pink, I believe the letter came into yourself, Chair Bridgman, for planning perspective, and I know myself, I'm not sure that all of council received that letter late last night. David, did you want to comment?
If you could bear with me, I'm fairly certain the deputy clerk did circulate all of council yesterday or the day prior. We did receive the letter only very recently, and I do believe it was circulated. I can confirm, but I do believe I saw all of council copied on it. Okay, so I'm seeing other people with their heads nodding that they did receive a copy of it. So Councillor Jagowitz, I'm going to park your comment and I'm going to go to Councillor Zavitz.
Could I just ask that you recirculate it to me just in case I lost it? Just that's fine. Not now, but after the meeting.
We will do so. Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, and through you. I did get the letter, and I guess my question would be to David, and perhaps rather naive question. So we have been working on this for some 8 months, as I understand it, perhaps longer. And here we are today, virtually ready to proceed. It's in front of us, and we're stymied and stopped, if you will, halted, because of a legal inference letter that I guess I, as a council member, am really quizzical about, in that do we as a township, on a matter of such import, not seek any sort of legal opinion, observation? I know, David, you're not a lawyer, but you certainly are gifted as our head planner, if you will. Can you talk to me about that for a minute? Like, for this is quite honestly, it's a common ploy. We did it at Save the Bella Falls for 3 years at this council chambers. So, and it never worked. Don Furness turned a blind face, and off we go with $5,000 letters that didn't do anything. Here we are. I'm concerned that we're going to not move ahead today because we're concerned that we might have erred legally. Can you speak to that? Or the CEO?
I'll go to Mr. Pink first of all.
No, certainly through you. What I would say, to answer your questions, it is fairly common practice, yes, to have legal counsel review bylaws. I would say it's certainly more common when a new bylaw or a new initiative is undertaken, or I would say more significant changes are undertaken. To refresh council's memory, you will recall when this process started, I believe roughly last summer, it really initiated as more minor tweaks to the existing bylaw, given the concerns in the community, recognizing that the new official plan would result in more comprehensive changes. And I think there's certainly very clear authority under the Municipal Act to pass both a tree conservation and a site alteration bylaw. I think on that basis, staff in this case do not seek legal counsel's input. However, in hindsight, as we know, when the project first started, what was seen as some simple updating certainly evolved over the last 9 months, and a number of new initiatives were inserted through those discussions. And I apologize, perhaps I should have earlier, but I think the questions raised by our Muskoka may be valid, and I think it is prudent for staff to review with legal counsel before the bylaws are passed. I hope at most the changes might be some adjustment to some language. However, I need to go through that with the bylaw enforcement officer and legal counsel, and we will return with any changes that may or may not be needed.
Okay. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, and through you, I guess I'm going to piggyback a little off of what Councillor Zavitz had to say. I'm disappointed that a letter can throw us off. The letter and the allegation or the suggestion in there, to me, goes a lot further than just the issue of tree preservation and site clearing that we've been dealing with for the last 10 or 12 months. It goes to the integrity of stuff that's been viewed, that we've been doing for years, and have had legal counsel, in opposition and in support, look at and never ever raised before. So I'm a little astounded that we're at this position where a letter can blow us off stream like this. I also am, and I realize this isn't anybody else. We probably aren't in the business of, measuring risk, or maybe we are, but I don't see the risk of passing this and letting somebody come back and taking a run at it. There will be no damages if nobody suffers as a result. So I'm a little disappointed. Councillor Zavitz raises an issue. The cynic in me is normally well hidden. How many months of letters will we get that constantly cause us to defer, delay, and debate on something which we think very clearly needs to be done to preserve and protect the Muskoka that we're here to protect? I just don't understand. To me, this is, we're succumbing to a bluff to a certain degree, and I don't see the risk of not taking advantage of the fact that it's now ready to go and we're ready to approve it. Thank you.
Mr. Pink, did you want to comment from a planning perspective at all, from a risk perspective? I think what we have heard from staff is that our staff have not had an opportunity to run this particular bylaw through our legal department to ensure that what we are doing is appropriate, and he's asking for a 30-day deferral at this particular time. Mr. Pink, did you want to provide any additional comment?
Through you, I don't think I can add much. I mean, I don't believe there was a question there. I understand the concern and the frustration that after this length of time, it might be postponed for another 30 days. However, again, legal counsel on behalf of the other party has reviewed it, has raised concerns. My suggestion to you would be that it would be prudent to ensure that there's no issues before council gives consideration to approval. However, the bylaws are in front of you, be able to prevent you from voting on those.
Okay. Council, I'm just going to do a quick sort of straw poll. Are we in favor of following the director's recommendation to defer these to get legal advice? I'm certainly in favor of that. Got 3 people in favor, 4 people in favor, 5 people in favor. So we will be deferring these, and we will get some appropriate legal advice to our ability to pass these bylaws accordingly. And so thank you for that. I do know that I think Councillor Jagowitz.
Thank you, Chair, and I apologize because I had not read this letter before. So I don't have any problem with what the council has just done, but I would point out that the last paragraph of this letter asks that instead of us passing this, that we direct staff to consult with the association in revising the proposed bylaws. I can't agree to that. I have no objection to deferring this to getting a legal opinion, but I don't know why we would somehow then have a discussions with one particular group. I don't know. Maybe staff could just fill me in as whether that is the intention, or is the intention just to get a legal opinion and then come back.
Mr. Pink, maybe you can offer.
That's correct. That's not my intention. Although my door and my phone is always open to speak to anybody, my intention is to consult with Township Legal Counsel, get advice on behalf of the municipality, and return to council as soon as possible with any changes if needed.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, council, we're going to defer this. We do have Mr. Sifft, I believe. Oh, Councillor Zavitz, final comment.
Thank you, through you. So I would just ask a question. So just listening in here. So next month, Mr. Pink's going to come back with presumably a document that's, what is this going to be, a red-lined document now? Because there may be a legal wording change or 2 or 3, and perhaps his door being open, someone else comes in with a different opinion. Are we a month away, 2 months away? How are we gonna get this thing, receive it and comprehend it and pass it at our next session at council?
Mr. Pink.
Again, just to reiterate my previous comment, my intention is to review with legal counsel who's representing the municipality. No intention to make other changes. At this point, the bylaws in front of council, and other changes from other groups should really only come from council at this point. However, with respect to process, my intention is to return to the council agenda, likely with a red line version if there's any changes. In a worst case scenario, if comprehensive changes are needed, it may have to return to planning committee for a more comprehensive debate. However, we will cross those bridges at that time.
Okay, Councillor Jagowitz, just a final comment.
Very, very quick. This doesn't fall under the lame duck provisions, does it?
I do not believe it does.
Well, could staff respond?
Mr. Pink.
I'd look to the clerk. I'm not a particular expert, but I don't believe lame duck would prevent any decisions on matters of this. It would depend. Lame duck would more refer to financial related matters, but I look to the clerk to confirm.
The clerk is madly typing away, but my understanding is will act as financial encumbrances that the only thing we cannot do, we can continue to pass bylaws accordingly.
But if it does apply, then we should hold a council meeting before that comes into play to approve it. So anyway, thank you.
So Madam Clerk, you want to comment?
Just to clarify, matters involving the disposition of property, financial matters over and above $50,000, and matters that have to do with the hiring and firing of employees. but I'm speaking off the top of my head. I can pull up the report wording and send it to everybody.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we are going to defer. Mr. Sifft, I know you are in the waiting room. I'm not sure if you would still like to delegate to council at this particular time, or the fact that this is being deferred. Are you okay to withhold any comments until council has this in front of them to vote on the particular bylaw, potentially at the next council meeting? I'll see Mr. Sifft, if we can bring him in and get his camera turned on, just in the interest
Phil,
of
I'm already in.
Okay.
Sorry, I've got bad signal where I am, so I've got my camera off. Yeah, I'm fine just to wait for the deferral at this point.
Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate you joining us today, and apologize for the delay in getting to you today. Okay, Mr. Pink, we look forward to getting our legal opinion on the bylaw as presented. So thank you for that. Okay, I need a little help here from planning staff or Clerk's Department as to where we go, because I do have a note here that I need to refer one of these, the site plan control bylaw, after some other bylaws, after 9B. So I'm assuming it will be. So we're going to go to item, anybody? 8A. Let's go to item 8A, please. 9B, 8A. 8. I'm confused on an A8. I've got an A through J.
It's actually 9.
Thank you. 9A8. Thank you very much. 9A8. There we go. Are modify the community improvement plan for communities of Port Carling and Bala. Not sure if Mr. Moore wanted to make any comments on this, or anybody at this particular point. But there's just some slight modifications that had to be made. So I'm going to read the resolution moved by Councillor Bridgman, seconded by Councillor Edwards. Be it resolved that bylaw 2022-133 being a bylaw to approve as modified the community improvement plan for the communities of Port Carling and Bala be read a first, second, and third time and finally passed. Any questions of Mr. Moore, who is with us? Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. I'm really struggling with the community improvement plan. While there was lots of pretty pictures and things like that, some of the details I find are confusing. So even this today, it says there's an attachment, but I don't have the attachment. Was there an attachment?
Mr. Maybe you can comment. There is draft bylaw.
Sorry if I may, through you, your worship. I believe the attachment was on the report to committee last month, and as amended was the inclusion of the benches to meet AODA standards. So we will amend the document to include that language moving forward.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else?
Oh, so sorry,
Yep.
if I may take this moment.
Yep.
Does this have anything to do, or is that further down about the signage? That's further down, right, Corey? Is that?
The wayfinding signage?
Yeah.
We've already approved that.
Well, okay. So I'm going to just speak on at this moment because I didn't, I guess I screwed up the opportunity, but there is a concern, and I brought it forward to Corey, and he spoke with the property owner in Bala that in fact it is not clear where the signage that we're trying to bring forward in the community plan and how it might affect his business. And the information was not there, and Corey is shaking his head, and I'm just concerned that we're moving forward on some of these things and approving finances and all this sort of stuff and awarding contracts when in fact the community is not fully aware of what we're doing.
Okay, I think regarding the wayfinding signage in particular, we have a different resolution right now on the table. But regarding the wayfinding signage, I think Councilor Nishikawa would be appropriate if there is a concern from the community to have a conversation with Mr. Moore. And if there's a change that's required, then it would come back to address that change. So just that both of you can be satisfied and the public can be satisfied as to the direction that it's going, I think is appropriate. And any further changes, if there is a potential mistake, then certainly council needs to be made aware of that if there's something that needs to be changed. So thank you for bringing that to one's attention. Regarding the update regarding the benches to AOD compliant, the resolution I've already read. Any other comments? All those in favor? That one is carried. Thank you. Thank you very much, Corey. Appreciate that. Okay, so I think we are also, those are going to be deferred, those two. So should we go to some comprehensive zoning bylaws, 9B1? Let's go to those, shall we? And first application, I think, if I'm not mistaken. We have way too many things on our agenda today, trying to work through here. 91, application of Smith. Mr. Soya, over to you.
Thank you, Your Worship. In July, Planning Committee recommended approval of zoning bylaw amendment ZBA 3121 in the name of Smith. This application involved the redevelopment of a waterfront residential property on Lake Muskoka, and the exemptions include a request for 11% lot coverage, a reduced front yard setback, and an increase to the permitted maximum length for a single-story boathouse to be constructed over top of an existing boat slip. And Planning Committee recommended approval, provided the property and proposed development is made subject to site plan control. And therefore, there's a bylaw on today's agenda to make the property subject to the site plan control process. Site plan control has been recommended to implement recommendations of a water course assessment and to address stormwater management and retention of vegetation. And there are no minor amendments recommended. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Council, any questions? Nothing right now. Just a quick question. This bylaw references bylaw 2021-199. That's a correct bylaw. Just want to make sure, because I also noticed the site plan control does not reference this Smith bylaw. And I'll come back to that in a second, but I can, if this 2021-99 is the appropriate number, then I'm going to go just ahead and read this.
I'm just trying to, I just wanted to confirm the number. It is, yeah, the correct number is 2021-099.
Okay, so I have a resolution moved by Councillor Bridgman, seconded by Councillor Zavitz. Be it resolved that bylaw 2021-99 to amend comprehensive zoning bylaw 2014-14 Smith Rule 5-939 be read a first and second time. Any further comments? All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you very much. There is no minor amendments, Mr. Sawyer, with the exception of designating this under site plan control. That's correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, and if I'm not mistaken, I'll go to our planning staff and our clerk's department. I have a separate bylaw to designate a number of properties to site plan control. My question that I flagged is, I do not see 2021-199 on this list.
So it's going to be 2022-130.
Okay.
It's an application received late in 2021.
Okay, we're approving the minor amendment under a different bylaw, and then there's a different bylaw.
Yeah.
Okay, so then we're fine. So no minor amendments in particular. Thank you. Moved by Councillor. Let's go to Edwards. Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Nishikawa. Be it resolved that bylaw 2021-199 Smith be read a third time and finally passed. All those in favor? That was carried. Thank you. Okay, let's go to Shipper 9B2. Ms. Walker.
Thank you, Your Worship. In July, Planning Committee heard zoning bylaw amendment ZBA-767/21 bylaw 2021 206 in the name of Shipper. The subject property is known municipally as 1113 Gulf Avenue Road. Bylaw 2021-206 will have the effect of permitting a legal non-complying two-story boathouse with a dwelling and an associated dock to be reconstructed and relocated. Numerous exemptions are required, which I can outline at the request of council. In July, Planning Committee recommended approval of the application subject to one minor amendment. The following minor amendment is required. Necessary updates to bylaw 2021-206 to reflect the revised development proposal and site plan. No new submissions were received after the July Planning Committee meeting, and I have no further comments, but I'm happy to assist with any questions. Thank you.
Okay, first and second, moved by Councillor Jaglowitz, second by Councillor Mazan, be it resolved that bylaw 2021-206 to amend comprehensive zoning bylaw 2014-14 Shipper, Roll 3 281, be ready first and second time. Any comments? All those in favor? That was carried. Thank you. Minor amendment moved by Councillor Kelly, seconded by Councillor Zavitz. Be it resolved, Township Council amend bylaw 2021-206 Shipper. This amendment is minor in nature and does not require further public circulation. Hereby approved prior to third reading. The amendment shall consist of the necessary updates to bylaw 2021-2006 to reflect the revised development proposal and site plan. Any further comments on the minor amendment? All those in favor? That one is carried. Third and final, moved by Councillor, let's go to Kelly. Seconded by Councillor Bridgman. Be it resolved that bylaw 2021-206 Shipper be read a third time and finally passed. Any comments? All those in favor? That one too is passed. Thank you very much. Moving on to Wallace. Mr. Soya, and I believe we do have some delegations on this particular one.
Thank you, Your Worship. In July, Planning Committee heard two concurrent severance applications and a zoning bylaw amendment application in the name of Wallace. The subject lands consist of two abutting properties. The first severance involves severing the westerly property to create a new 18-acre rural lot. And the second severance involves a boundary adjustment that consists of adding a 2-acre portion of the easterly waterfront commercial property to the proposed 18-acre rural lot. In the application materials and in the staff report, this 2-acre portion has been referred to as a bump out along the existing common lot boundary between the two abutting properties. The concurrent zoning bylaw amendment proposes to rezone this proposed 2-acre so-called bump out from waterfront commercial WC7 to rural RU2 in order to match the zoning of the new rural lot and to permit rural residential development within this bump out area. Planning Committee recommended approval of the lot creation and boundary adjustment applications subject to standard conditions of consent, in addition to a condition that requires rezoning of wetlands along with a buffer to environmental protection, and a condition to rezone this bump out area from waterfront commercial to the open space zone, instead of rezoning it to the requested rural zone. Planning Committee also recommended approval of the zoning bylaw amendment application subject to two minor amendments. The first amendment being, as mentioned, that the wetlands and associated buffers be rezoned to environmental protection. And the second recommended minor amendment identifying that the proposed bump out area be rezoned to open space instead of to the rural RU2 zone, and to also prohibit our agricultural, forestry, hunt camp, and wayside pit and quarry uses in the O2 zone. OS2 zone, that's the open space zone. So just to explain briefly this recommended rezoning to open space, as residential development in the bump out area would result in a second tier development in the waterfront designation, staff had recommended against rezoning this area to rural and instead recommended that it be rezoned to the open space zone where residential development would not be permitted. However, as it remains the applicant's intention to construct a dwelling in this location, it is my understanding that the applicant and the applicant's agent are here today to propose a revised minor amendment. Back in 2015, a similar bump out was approved along the same common property boundary. This previously approved area is located further to the south. It's about 675 feet from Lake Rosso and measures about 5 acres in size. And this area was also rezoned to permit residential development and could be potentially built on today in compliance with that zoning approval. It's my understanding that the applicant would now like to prohibit residential development within the previously approved 5-acre area, provided residential development is permitted in the new 2-acre area. This proposed revision would essentially have the effect of transferring existing residential development rights from the area, which is located 675 feet from Lake Rosso, to the proposed area, which is located greater than 1,000 feet from Lake Rosso. I hope that provides everyone with a good overview, and I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Before I go to first and second reading, I know that I can see Mr. Wallace's camera is on, and Mr. Allen has joined us. I'm not sure, gentlemen, who is going to speak to this today, but you've got 2 minutes each.
Thank you, Mayor Harding. Good afternoon, members of council. Thank you, Mr. Soya, for providing a very detailed and thorough explanation of how we got here today. I'm the planning consultant acting on behalf of Adam Wallace, Sarah Wallace, and Janice Wallace, helping them out with their application and the process. I do have a very brief presentation, in particular one plan that I'd like to share with the committee. Mr. Soya has explained in brief an option that we are proposing to the committee. It's effectively a zone swap from the original bump out that was, oh, maybe the PowerPoint presentation. Thank you. Next slide. These are the 2 subject properties, and you can see the existing bump out that's been carved out of the waterfront lot that's zoned Waterfront Commercial 7. Next slide, please. And you can also see highlighted in blue the proposed second bump out that's approximately 2.1 acres in size. So effectively, the option that we would like to propose to council is to continue to proceed with the lot addition that adds the bump out. However, to swap the zoning from the larger bump out that is located closer to the lake to the smaller bump out that is located farther from the lake. It's noted that the size is more than less than half of the existing larger bump out, and the smaller piece is located farther from the lake. You'll also note on this plan that we have shown the 2 new EP1 zones, which are the wetland areas, and we've also applied a 15-meter buffer, which is 15 feet. There is a brown line extending from Judhaven Road across the severed lot. That's the location of the conceptual driveway. And we're confident that a driveway can be installed to avoid the wetland areas. Ultimately, the Wallaces would not like to proceed with the lot addition application and the proposed zone change to OS2 if this zone swap is not supported. The desire was to build within the bumped out area, and if that is not possible, they do not want to proceed with that component of the severance. However, they still do wish to create the new severed rural lot. I'd be happy to answer any questions council may have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Wallace, did you want to comment? You're on mute, Adam.
I don't really have anything to say. Ryan explained everything really well.
Okay, thank you very much. I guess I see Councillor Bridgman's hands up, but I just will ask staff their opinion on this land swap, if you will. Oh, Councillor Bridgman, I'll let you go first.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Harding, because I froze during that explanation of what we're proposing right now. So I wonder if I could have a quick recap of what's being proposed.
Okay,
please.
So I'm going to get Mr. Soya to come back on and to explain again what is being proposed, and also then to maybe provide some staff comment if this would be acceptable to staff.
For sure. Thank you, Your Worship, through you. So it's as Ryan has also explained, what the proposal is to to basically transfer the existing development rights, residential development rights of the southerly larger bump out area to the new area, the 2.1 acre area. So what's being proposed is to rezone the southerly area to open space. Currently, it's zoned rural and could be built upon. And it's my understanding that a dwelling in that southerly area could be viewed from Lake Rosso, and would thereby be creating a second tier of development. And so the applicant is suggesting that be rezoned to open space to prohibit residential development in that southerly area. But the ask here is to then permit the northerly 2.1 acre area to permit to rezone it to rural to permit residential development. And there was a question about the staff opinion of this proposal. This, at the time that the southerly bump out was proposed, staff, this is back in 2015, staff did express some concerns with regards to creating a second tier of development. At that time, the bylaw was passed, and the lot addition to create that shape was approved, and therefore that area could be built upon today. Now, staff have not or had not been in support of creating another area like this, and potentially having another dwelling envelope that would be viewable from the lake, to further create a second tier of development. That being said, there would appear to be some merit to setting a dwelling back further from the lake, and that is so in this case the 2.1 acre area is set back over 1,000 feet, whereas the existing one is set back only 675 feet. So it's closer to Lake Rosso, and it could be staff would anticipate that a closer dwelling would have more of an impact when viewed from the lake than if it's set back further. Hopefully that clarifies or answers that question. Thank you.
Okay, maybe I can just sort of rephrase a little bit different, and I think we got to the right answer, but currently they can build on a larger lot closer to the lake. If we approve their proposed amendment, they could build a smaller property further back from the lake. So technically it could be a net better improvement to this area if we were to allow this land swap. Does that make sense? Sorry.
Your worship, you've summed it up quite well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Jagowitz.
So I don't know who can answer. Thank you, Chair. I don't know who can answer this, but viewed from the lake, which lot is more visible? Forgetting this, which lot is more visible? And maybe concurrent with that, why not just build on the bump out that's there? I'm just, the whole thing just confuses me. So maybe someone could help.
I'm not sure if Mr. Soya, you wanted to answer that particular one.
I think I'd defer to Mr. Wallace if that's all right. He's the one that has decided that he would rather construct a dwelling on this other location, and he might be able to provide some insight as to the differences between the two and the view from the lake.
Adam, if you want to chime in, or Mr. Allen, either or.
Yeah, my speaker on there. I don't really have a real good answer for that, other than my wife and I have spent a lot of time on the property over the last 5 or so years we've lived there. and we'd prefer to have a driveway that is a little bit shorter for winter use. We do live here year round, and getting into the bump out that's there now is quite a bit further from the road. And we do have 2 kids that, will go to school on school bus. Visibility from the water wise, if you went out in the water right now and you looked at the properties, all you would see is trees. So, I mean, I can't answer that question. What would be more visible from the water?
Supplementary, then why do you need the bump out at all and not just build on the lots without the bump out and be closer to the road?
Adam, if you want to answer that.
Oh, it's not a preferred building envelope. I think that's very clear.
So their preference is, again, to build in a slightly different building envelope. Currently, we know that they have building rights in the southern building envelope, which is larger and closer to the water. They're proposing building in a different building envelope, I think, is sort of what I take from the perspective. Councillor Bridgman?
Through you, Mayor Harding, did I just hear that the original bump out has already been built on? I think that's what I heard.
No.
No? Okay, thank you.
Councillor Nishikawa?
I actually am going to support this move. It totally makes sense to me. And unfortunately, we're looking at flat pieces of paper, if you want to call it that. And there's so many challenges that when it comes to acreages and things. And so if they found a better location, that easy access, I have a mile-long driveway. I totally get the issues of having too long of a drive, all of those things, right? And I do believe that through our site plan bylaw that we could have the trees retained, like all of those things we're worried about. The view from the canoe or that, oh, God forbid somebody sees a house there or something. I believe that we have the ability to control that. So I'm happy to make that change. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to do first and second reading at this time, moved by Councillor Nishikawa, seconded by Councillor Edwards. Be it resolved that bylaw 2022-64 to amend comprehensive zoning bylaw 2014-14 Wallace, roll 4-1874-2 and 4-1544 be read a first and second time. First and second reading, any final comments? All those in favor? Anybody opposed? One opposed, that does carry. Thank you. Okay, thank you for that. So, Mr. Soya, I have in front of me 2 specific minor amendments. I think where council is going, and I want to make sure I've got the right wording that I read here, because I think what council is going down the road of is the idea that they are not allowed to build on the southern lot. That would be zoned open space, but they would be allowed to build on the northern lot of the newly created bump out lot. Is that correct? So with that.
Hey, Phil, just 1 second, just the bump outs though, of course, right? Like not the whole lot.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you for that. I'm not seeing a lot of difference in my agendas here. And I'm just, before we read the wrong agenda item, I'm almost wondering whether or not we can just take a 2-minute break. And I can have someone from planning staff just advise me that we are reading the proper language, because I'm not sure I'm seeing it in front of me here. Or maybe you could screen share. That would be great. That would work as well. Thank you. Councillor Eldridge, you had a question? Oh, you want to ask your question as we screen share?
If we move the south bump out to open space, would that be registered on title so that if it is sold in the future, somebody can't and that come back? That's all I ask.
I believe that is correct. Is that correct, Mr. Soya?
Well, it would be rezoned to open space, so it wouldn't be necessarily it wouldn't be registered on title. but the zoning of the property would not permit residential development.
Okay, so it wouldn't be allowed if we do pass this minor amendment, that the southern bump out would not allowed to be built on that bump out, but the northern would be. And is this the particular one that we would be reading?
Yes.
Okay, so let me just make sure I've got the right one. Rezoning the irregular shaped bump out area located along easterly lot boundary. Okay. Council, you see that record resolution that's in front of us? Mr. Allen, are you okay with that? That's basically, or Mr. Sawyer, that's what we have been talking about. It's a little bit confusing, I think, here because it's one shape on the other lot. I just want to make sure it is appropriate that this is what we're talking about.
Through you, Mayor Harding, I just want to make sure the zone swap does require the small bump out to the north to be rezoned rural RU2 from the existing WC7 with a restriction on the range of permitted uses. So in this agenda item on the screen, I only see the OS2 zone and the EP1 zoning. I don't see the RU2 zoning, which would allow the building on the northern bump out.
Okay, Council, we're going to take a 5-minute break and make sure we've got this right here. So just give us 5 minutes. Thank you. Okay, we'll get people back. We have a path forward. Apologize. And for those who are listening, the issue ended up because it also affected some of the action items from the planning committee meeting that we haven't enacted yet. So those need to be slightly modified. Councillor Jagowitz, you have a question?
I just want to point out that Councillor mentioned that the trees be protected under the tree preservation bylaw, but that only protects 300 feet back from the water, so they wouldn't be. Just a comment.
So, thank you. So, okay. So, council, what we're going to do first of all is screen share a planning committee recommendation that talked about our action items through the planning committee, and what we are proposing to do here. So, we need to amend a planning committee resolution that is basically going to rezone the retained lot, the southern lot bump out, which is currently RU2. That bump out is going to go to an open space designation. So it will prohibit building. And when we do the RU2 lot in the north, the whole lot will be RU2. And it's going to be rezoned from the waterfront WR7. So let's just screen share where we were at. Okay, so council, the planning committee resolution that we had last month was moved by Councillor Hayes, seconded by Councillor Kelly. And in particular, we are looking at the very last point of this. There's been a number of other notes and changes that were taking place, but the last point that says the zoning application, zoning approval be obtained to rezone as opposed to the severed lot from waterfront commercial 7, we are going to rezone the southerly bump out from RU2 to open space private. And that is going to be an action item that we will enact shortly. But we need to vote on amending this.
We need a resolution. This has been pulled out of the minutes, so it hasn't been ratified by council.
Okay.
So council now needs to make a resolution to do whatever needs to be done coming from
Right.
the plan.
So we need to provide a recommendation to modify these minutes to amend the final point. Anybody getting my words? Okay. We are going to have to create a resolution for this in particular. Okay. We apologize. We're going to take another probably 3 minutes. Council, sorry. Okay, council, I think we have a path forward. Our apologies. Pardon me. Okay, so the issue we were facing is that the minutes from our planning committee enacted certain things and made recommendations that we had to follow. Those have to be slightly amended before they get enacted. So we're going to share a resolution that will be due first of all, and then we're going to go back to the amendment on this particular motion. So this particular would be moved by Councillor Bridgman, second by Councillor Zavitz. Be it resolved that the Planning Committee action item 2 from the July 14th, 2022 Planning Committee meeting be amended by changing the last condition of consent application B10 22ML as follows. Changing the words I severed lot to southerly bump out and 2 waterfront commercial to rural or RU2. And further, that the July 14th, 2022 Planning Committee minutes, action items 1 and 2, as amended, be ratified as amended by resolution dated August 10th, 2022. So basically what that does is it modifies the property that the bump out on the southerly lot will eventually become open space, which we'll read in the next consent application. Okay. Any questions on this? We can take that down. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, and through you. I just want to make sure we're not that we're doing this right, because but if I read that right, what we're doing sitting as council today is amending a resolution that was passed at Planning Committee a month ago. And I don't know why, but that seems not right, or unless I misread it.
Mr. Pink, maybe you can provide some guidance as to the consent application and how we need to proceed.
Thank you. Through you, I'll try my best to explain a bit of planning in the least technical way that I can. But essentially, when we deal with concurrent applications, both a consent and a bylaw, we're quite used to the bylaws on their own. Even though Planning Committee may recommend something, we often deal with minor amendments. Often council may make a different decision on the bylaw than Planning Committee recommended. So that's what we were discussing at first, the minor amendment. There seemed to be support amongst council to swap the bump outs, so to speak, so that the old bump out would prohibit development and the currently proposed bump out would now permit development. What we need to do, however, though, is when Planning Committee recommends approval of a consent, those conditions are enacted at the beginning of the council meeting. So all we're doing is simply changing those conditions of consent so that they mirror the decision you made on the bylaw. Otherwise, what would happen is the applicant wouldn't be able to fulfill the conditions because the conditions are worded to match the bylaw that Planning Committee recommended. So we're just making sure those two decisions match each other. And it was more just a matter of being able to type it all out on the fly. Apologize for the delays. However, rest assured, all that's changing or all that's being approved is the consents are being approved. They would no longer be able to build a residence in the lower bump out, which is larger and closer to the lake. They will now be able to build in the smaller bump out that's further from the lake. I hope that helps clarify.
Okay. Councillor Kelly, you okay with that?
And I want to make it clear, I actually want to see I want to see this through to the conclusion. I support what we're proposing. It just seems very odd to me that this can be, that we can amend the, and I may have read it wrong, but we can amend the resolution that was submitted to council from planning without having it go back to planning. That's all.
I think, if I can, Your Worship, I mean, the clerk may wish to confirm, but quite often action items are pulled prior to ratification by council, and they can be amended. They don't have to go back to planning committee for further debate. It does occur, and that's what's happening here.
Okay. I'm gonna let the clerk speak.
Just through you, that's sort of the idea of the committee structure, right? In 30 days, something might come to mind and there's an opportunity to pull something from the minutes and revisit it at council, which is what you're seeing right now.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Jagowitz?
Yeah, I'm uncomfortable too. I either like to see the proper motions here, or I think it should go back to planning. What's 30 days? Just, or it's 60, I guess. But you're asking us to vote on that thing you put on the screen. I have no idea what it means. You know what I mean? You're changing this word to that word, but you don't know in what context. So we're supposed to vote and trust that it's okay. Is that the idea?
So if I can try and help Mr. Pink, I think what ended up happening, what we're ultimately voting on, as is also characterized by our video conference here today, and will be done in the minor amendment that we'll see. Mr. Pink is just making sure that the consent application mirrors what the minor amendment is requesting, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's probably the easiest way to do it. Otherwise, we would not be able to fulfill the conditions of consent. So it tends to be what we're looking at on the screen is a technical exercise. And I'm going to trust our planning staff and the other 6 eyes that looked at this during our break to make sure we had our manager of planning and everybody here. But Mr. Pink?
Thank you. I think, again, rest assured it is what is discussed, but I'm happy if perhaps pictures usually are worth 1,000 words if it can be screen shared. But as you can see in the resolution that was in front of you, the words that were changed were the severed lot in the current application and that's the bump out is currently proposed. That's been changed to southerly bump out. That's the historical bump out. So that changes which bump out you're rezoning. And then the second change you see is rezoning it from WC7 because that's what the currently proposed bump out is zoned, and it's being changed to rural RU2. So those are the 2 changes you can see in the 2 bullets on the revised resolution that was just screen shared. And then that way it mirrors the minor amendment and the support that council seems to have around the table to, for lack of a better term, swap the bump outs.
Councillor Edwards?
Thank you. I fully support this. It doesn't have to go back. And if you look at page 217, the picture's worth 1,000 words. If you can put that up, it says rezone WC7 to RU2, and it's an arrow there that shows you what it is. And it's the other odd shaped one that's being open space. Very simple. Thank you.
Agreed. So I have read the resolution. We've all seen it on screen. It's really sort of a technical to get us to the finish line here. Councilor Suzanne has a question before I call the question.
Thank you, and I apologize to do this, but I have been kicked out, and so I missed a significant portion of this discussion. So I'm not sure if I should vote or not.
So as a understanding, we will put the resolution back on the screen very quickly. What we are doing is a technical exercise to ensure that the consent mirrors what we are about to do, and we can amend the bylaw accordingly. It's required. Basically, at the end of the day, we are, and I think Mr. Pink said it, we are prohibiting development in the bump out that is closest to the lake, and we are permitting a smaller bump out development further from the lake. If we approve this. So we'll just put the resolution one more time on the screen. This is the technical component to be able to amend our planning committee meeting minutes to just provide some greater clarity as to what we are trying to do. So we've all seen that resolution, and action item 1 is unchanged. So with that, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. And for the record, anyone opposed? So there we go. Okay, thank you for that. Appreciate it. Appreciate staff trying to get there. We do have the minor amendment now that will now mirror that of our amended resolution, and that is moved by Councillor Bridgman, seconded by Councillor Eldridge. Be it resolved that Township Council amend bylaw 2022-64 Wallace. And this amendment is minor in nature and does not require further public circulation. Hereby approved prior to third reading. The amendment shall consist of rezoning the irregular shaped bump out area along the easterly lot line of the retained lot, which becomes the southern lot in application B922 ML from RU2 or rural RU2 to open space private OS2, and to prohibit agriculture, forestry, hunt camp, and wayside pit and quarry uses in the OS2 zone, and rezoning wetland areas in the retained lot in application B922 ML and the resultant lot in application B1022 ML from RU2 to environmental protected or EP1, including a buffer. Any comments or questions on that? All those in favor? That one is carried. Thank you. And for our final resolution in this particular, moved by Councillor Kelly, seconded by Councillor Jagwitz, be it resolved that bylaw 2022-64 Wallace be read a third time and finally passed. Call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Again, thank you to the planning staff for helping us get to that finish line. And Mr. Wallace, thank you, and Mr. Allen for joining us here today. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Sorry to slow down your meeting.
Not a problem. I want to make sure we do things right. So. Okay, yeah, we do have our, the clerk here, we do have our lawyer, I believe, waiting. And we're paying for that. So why don't we go into closed session, if I may. So I'm going to go jump ahead, and then we're going to come back to some planning matters. We can. So moved by Councillor Mazan, seconded by Councillor Kelly, be it resolved that council in closed session convene at 5:31 p.m. for advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, and that is one matter: a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by municipality or local bold, one matter, and a position plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried out on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board, one matter pursuant to section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you very much.